No worries. Just getting started. Folks, I don't have any pink cards. I don't have a representative with a pink card to introduce the bill. I know. If you could just get those to me quickly. And I have to check my email. Someone wants to speak early. Is it John McAllister here? Okay. No, we'll let the representative introduce his bill first. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for being here on this snowy, wet, and sunny day. Oh, no worries. That's okay, no worries. Madam Clerk, you all set?
I am. Right here.
Okay, everybody all set to go? Open the hearing on House Bill 182. And Representative Daniel Wolf. Welcome to the Labor Committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, members of the Labor Committee. This bill is very similar to a bill that was passed last year by the House on a voice vote, and I'm reintroducing it. For some reason, it died in the Senate. I have not been able to find out why. But it is also part of the ad hoc study on recruitment and retention that was formed by Commissioner Quinn last year, and what we can do to help recruit and retain volunteer firefighters and volunteer EMS people. Volunteers are at the heart and soul of many of our communities, and anything that we can do to make it better for them is better for our communities. It saves our communities money, and it provides a cohesive building of the community. I'm not going to talk long on it. The bill is very simple. It prohibits harassment for a firefighter or a volunteer EMS person who leaves work to serve the community. There is a similar provision in 153A17 that allows volunteer EMS people to be late for work and cannot be reprimanded. Not exactly the same, but very, very similar, and that's been on the books. So I guess what I'm saying is anything that we can do to improve the recruitment and retention of volunteer firemen, firefighters, gotta be careful, and EMS personnel would be very beneficial, not only to those individuals, but to the community at large. I know in our neighboring town of Sunapee, they're looking to put on 2 full-time people, and that cost is going to be north of $150,000 to $175,000. So I'm going to just leave it on some simple things on here. Somebody asked me about statistics. How often do we have problems? It's not the type of thing that somebody files a complaint if they've been harassed, because if they're being harassed, they don't want to get harassed anymore by their supervisor. So there aren't a lot of statistics out there to say this. Somebody spoke to me recently and suggested that this be part of a trial period, and I'd be willing to accept an amendment to sunset this after 3 or 4 years, to see whether it does help recruitment and retention. With that, I'm here to answer questions and hope that you will take 182 and pass it with an OTP.
Thank you, Representative. Are there any questions for Representative Wolf? I have one for you. What is the standard protocol right now for most employers when it comes to volunteer fire and EMS? Do they, because you have here that no such employer shall be required to compensate any employee for the period. Is that pretty much what happens right now? They're just
No.
not paid for those hours?
Most of them are paid for those hours that I know of. Again, there's not a lot of statistics on it, but I know one of our bigger employers, Sturm Ruger, they compensate their people.
Okay. Next question. If I might have a follow-up, Mr. Vice Chairman. Approximately how many volunteer firefighters do you believe there are in the state of New Hampshire?
I knew
Just a
somebody was
ballpark.
going to ask me that. Just a minute. The volunteer firefighters in the state of New Hampshire, I believe, 84 agencies, and I'd have to get back to you with that number. It's in this recruitment and retention package, but I'm not prepared to answer it and thumb through it and waste your time, but I will get that answer.
No worries. Yes, please provide that after we have a few more people testify. All right, any other questions for Representative Adigan?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Representative. It's not a question about the bill necessarily. Could I at least get a copy of that recruitment and retention information? I'd be very interested to see it in considering this bill.
I'm sorry, what was the,
Could I get a copy of that recruitment and retention packet that you have? I'd
Yes.
be interested in seeing that information when considering the bill.
yep,
Yes, if you could get that to me, I'll make sure we get that to everyone.
I'll get that to you. It was a commission that was put together by Commissioner Quinn of the Department of Safety. It had 11 or 12 members throughout the state, and they came up with a whole series of findings and recommendations. I will get that to you. And that bill on the EMS people is 153A17.
And you said you would be agreeable to a 2-year sunset?
2 or 3. I don't know whether you want to go through a whole budgeting period, but whatever works for your committee. We're looking at that on the same problem we have over at the Fire Academy is getting instructors and retired instructors who are the best type to have, and they're having problems with the retirement fund. So we're putting a 3-year sunset on that.
Any other questions for the presenter? Seeing none, thank you, Representative.
Thank you very much, and I'll get you,
Oh, I'm sorry. Representative, there is a question. Representative McKenzie.
Thank you. I'm actually a retired firefighter out of Manchester, and there is currently a group, as I understand, that's meeting at the academy relative to the future of the employment picture for firefighters in general, as we're going to face, I think, a tough time recruiting firefighters in general. Are you guys participating at all in those discussions?
I am not. I believe our chief is. He's one of the presidents of the Firefighters Association, so he's involved in those discussions.
Good, thank you.
Thank you, and I will get you those 2 things.
Thank you,
and
Representative.
one for Ed. Thank you.
I have a pink card from Thomas Green. Mr. Green, I received an email that this Mr. McAllister, John McAllister, wants to speak, and because he has other hearings. Mr. McAllister. Well, I'm going to have Mr. Green at this point, but you'd probably go. Thomas Green, representing the Federation, I'll let you, NHSFA. I have my acronyms very well on that one. Thank you. Welcome to the Labor Committee.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Representatives, thank you. My name's Thomas Green. I'm the president of the New Hampshire State Firemen's Association. We're the oldest firemen's association in the state. We were actually enacted by the general legislature back in 1899, a few years ago. We support House Bill 182. I've been a firefighter, volunteer firefighter since 1977. I'm still active EMT firefighter on Bedford Fire Department. One of the few call personnel are still left. But we support this because we're really interested in the recruitment and retention issues with the state. We're actively working with the recruitment and retention program that was put together by Commissioner Quinn. We have representatives on that board as well. Our objective is to make sure that we can recruit and retain. It's a national, not a national crisis, but it's a sliding scale on people volunteering for fire departments. And when you get north of the notch, most of the departments are volunteer on call. We don't have people banging on the doors to get into the fire departments. The career departments have a very short list of firefighters who are coming to the firehouse. So we're trying to recruit and retain not only career, but also call volunteer. With a small department, if there's maybe 8, 10 firefighters on the department now to run a call is very difficult. Whereas 20, 30 years ago, there was 30 or 40 firefighters on a fire department, on a volunteer department. So we find that this bill is important to give as much ammunition to our volunteer and call firefighters that they respond to a call, an emergency. If it's late at night, 3 in the morning, they say, well, I got to get up and got to get to work by 6 o'clock, or I'm going to not have a good time at work. We don't want to have them have that fear. If they can have a little bit of insurance, so to speak, that they have, that the state has their back, that the business has their back, that they're not going to be disciplined for showing up an hour or two late to help out their community, to help out their town. There's times have changed, businesses have changed. Businesses aren't local to the community, so they may not understand. So we'd like to give our volunteers and call firefighters as much relief as possible. It may not sound like much. There may not be a lot of disciplines, but it only takes one. And we want to make sure that we support our firefighters. To answer some questions, if you're looking for the recruitment and retention information, if you go to our website, nhsfa.org, we have it on our website. You can download it. It's a good program. Also, for the amount of firefighters, we believe there's over 5,000 firefighters in the state, 1,500 of which are career. So that would leave about 3,500 volunteer on-call firefighters. We're trying to get those numbers a little more accurate by having people, fire chiefs, submit their information each year, but that's about the number we have. It's about a drastic change from about 10 years ago where we had over 7,000 firefighters in the state. So people aren't volunteering like they used to. And some of these, you go to Pittsburgh, you go to Freedom, you go all over the state, north of the notch and or north of the lakes, and there's not as many volunteer on-call firefighters. We're trying to do as much as we can for the communities because these are your homes and your towns and your roadways that we help to protect. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions for Mr. Green? Mr. Vice Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. When this bill was before us last year, I had sitting to my right a representative who flies an airplane for a living. And I asked him what would happen if he had a flight at 9 a.m. and he called and he said, you know what, I'm not going to make it. Need to hold that flight a couple hours. It wouldn't work for him. And isn't that the case that there are some employers who are very accommodating to volunteer firefighters and other employers where the model really just doesn't work? And does a one-size-fits-all law, will that cause a problem for certain types of employment?
Well, I think that would be based upon a choice of the individual if they chose not to go because they have it. You know, a doctor has a surgery, a pilot has a flight. That's their choice not to go. But if they're out on a call and they show up late to work, I mean, you know, if they have to leave the call, they leave the call. That's up to them. That's as the firefighter. But if they show up to work and they're late and they get disciplined, we're just looking to support our personnel, not penalize the business. I hope that answers your question.
Representative Addington.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Following up on the previous question, in the hypothetical that you laid out, if a fire happens at 3 a.m. and a volunteer firefighter is called and they say, well, I have work in the morning, I can't really get up there, the fire is not going to wait either, correct?
That is true.
Thank you.
They normally don't. Representative McKenzie.
Mr. Green, so I was a Manchester firefighter. You're in Bedford, so I'm
Thank you
on,
for your service.
Yeah, make sure you know where my house is in case you do mutual aid.
We're second due
Yeah,
there.
you're right on right on the line. That aside, can you just describe the commitment that a volunteer firefighter has to make to even get to the point where he is a certified firefighter? And because that's a significant commitment now. Can you just describe
Absolutely.
what that takes to get there?
It's 120 hours to get your level 1. And then continued, there's a lot of firefighters who continue on for vehicle extrication. And then if you want to go for EMS, there's another 120 hours for EMS, and then 24 hours each 2 years for continuing education. So to get back in the horse and buggy days when I started, it was a whole lot different. But now we've made sure that our firefighters are safe. We've added a larger curriculum. We're also trying to make sure that it works well for the volunteers, trying to do a little more online training with the state so they don't have to drive 2 hours to get 3 hours of training and 2 hours back home to go to work the next day. So there is a huge commitment by the volunteers to be a certified firefighter. If they just want to go for level 1, then they go to level 2 and on from there. Excuse me.
Representative Cahill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Green, for taking my question. I'm thinking about an earlier question about for a person whose employment situation isn't really appropriate for being able to be come in late or to volunteer. Isn't it more incumbent upon that person to make a decision whether or not they should take this commitment and become a volunteer? So that if I were a doctor and I know that I often have surgeries at 9 o'clock in the morning, this isn't, or 2 o'clock in the evening, this isn't what for me.
I think that's a personal choice.
Exactly.
Everyone has their personal choice. We're not asking everybody in town to be on a volunteer fire department. It's something that's in you. I mean, I wanted to be a firefighter since I was 3 years old. I know, most of us who are on the fire department want to be since we were little kids, but it's something that I've always enjoyed giving back to my community. That's what it's been for me. Everybody has a different thing, but if you have a position, an occupation, a profession where you can't leave in the middle of the night and you have to be there, that's your choice. That's your decision. But I think what this bill is looking toward is the people who are there serving their community. If they come in an hour late to their work because they're out on an all-nighter, that they aren't penalized. I mean, they may not get paid for it, and that's fine. I'm sure there's a lot of hours I didn't get paid because I showed up late, but that was a choice by me.
Follow up? Thank you. And so again, this is for the people who can do this, and we're not to worry about the people whose jobs aren't suitable for this, only those who desire to and can make that commitment to volunteer.
Correct.
Thank you.
Do any additional questions? Mr. Green, we spoke before the hearing, and I think it's important to hear for the record. What information do you have that you could give this committee about employers who have reprimanded or discharged employees for, doing their duty to go to a fire or such?
I personally do not have any documentation. I know that it's been experienced over the years. We had one of our firefighters who worked for a company with a family business, and he was told, you got to decide, you're going to be a firefighter or you're going to be working in this business, but you just can't leave all the time or show up late whenever you want. That person had to make that decision, whether they were going to be working in that business or volunteering for the fire department. So there's nothing documentation on that. That was just a conversation that we had that was experienced.
As I told you, I grew up in Amherst. It was all volunteer fire department. A lot of my
Still, still
a
big
lot of my
volunteer
parents'
department.
friends
Yep.
were firefighters and such. But we have a situation where you just mentioned you had an employer who decided that they had to let someone go because they could not have someone like that would come and go or not be able to show up. So where do we have we have this fine line here between needing volunteer firefighters to be able to do the job that is needed and telling employers they can't discipline someone if they can't show up to work. That is the difficulty that we have here. So I would ask, how would you how do we address this to the best of your knowledge? How do we address this while trying to do what we need to do to help the citizens have firefighters, but dealing with employers?
I think looking at other states, seeing if other states have this same structure. The firefighter in question in my analogy was not fired. He had to make a decision whether he was going to run a lot of calls or back off. But I think it's important that those in the fire service serving their communities have as much protections as possible. It's not telling the business what to do or how to do, but if firefighter shows up an hour or two late for work because they're giving back to the community, I think they should be afforded some protections.
Thank you.
The employer doesn't have to pay them. If they're on an hourly scale, I wouldn't expect an employer to pay them.
Representative Adjutant.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. If I told you that many state legislators who are also volunteer have experienced similar do or die situations where they've had to make a choice between being here and keeping their job, would that surprise you?
I'm sorry, run that past me again.
If I told you that many volunteer state legislators have experienced the same anecdotal situations that many of the volunteer firefighters have, would that surprise you?
No, it wouldn't.
Follow up? Would you agree with me that volunteer firefighters are probably more important to continue to do their volunteer fire job than state legislators?
I think that's a trap.
I agree. Amend the bill.
I'll refer to not answer that question
I
if I'm allowed.
think my point was established.
Thank you, Representative Adjutant. Any further questions? Being none, thank you, Mr. Green.
Thank you for letting me take the time and visit with you. Thanks.
I'm told by Representative Susi that I have the wrong bill, that Mr. McAllister would like to, he wants to testify this afternoon. It is 10:25. I have no additional pink cards.
Oh, wow. We don't have to do anything then.
Seeing none, we're going to have Mike Cahill give us a lesson in how to use percussion instruments.
Like that.
Okay.
Actually, I've got another idea. Could I meet with the Democrats in the office for just a couple minutes?
Yes, the hearing on House Bill 182 FN is closed, and we will be back here at 10:45.
Great.
You're not trying to deprive us of percussion instruction.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I got it. I got it.
We need a law that prevents firing of any state representative for any reason.
You know, have you thought about this? Saying abusing it.
And
Committee, if you could take your seats and get ready for our next hearing. Hey, Len, on your way out, could I just get one of these? Does anyone have any pink cards on their desk that they? Oh, I'm sorry.
See one over there.
But 10:45, Mom is telling me to be on time. We are opening the hearing on House Bill 190, and I'd like to recognize Mr. Chairman, Representative Len Turcott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good to be back in what was formerly the best committee in the House. That now is the House Municipal and County Government Committee. But it's good to see you all again. Representative Len Turcott from Stratford County District 4, which is now the towns of Barrington and Stratford. I'm currently in my 4th term here. And as Chairman Infantine said, I'm now chairman over on the Municipal and County Government. I did serve 3 terms here in labor, as well as on finance, redistricting, and a few other things. Here to introduce House Bill 190 on behalf of myself and some other members of some chairs and vice chairs, as well as 3 senators. The bill this year, HB 190, is almost a carbon copy of last year's HB 1337. Last year, this bill passed in the House of Representatives not once, but twice. It passed on the House floor with only by a vote of 179 and 153, with all but 3 Republicans voting for it, with 1 Democrat who actually voted in favor with us. It was later brought forward as a floor amendment during a committee of conference. We attached it to a Senate bill, and it all died. So when the bill last year went over to the Senate, they did what the Senate does quite often, and that is they don't like us sending them too many bills, so they nix a lot of them, and this was one that they nixed. What this bill does, it's a common sense approach and a rational tool which does several things. One, it incentivizes the work ethic. It will strengthen the state's trust fund. It will reduce the unemployment insurance taxes that businesses pay, allowing the businesses to use that savings for a number of things, better pay, maybe better benefits, or even expanding their businesses. Currently, this approach has been taken in, I think we're up to 10 or 11 states now, with universally positive results, some states better than others. What I will give you at the end of this hearing is a white paper by the Foundation for Government Accountability that talks about what Florida did in 2011. So the mechanics of the bill, how it works. Basically, it initially reduces the maximum number of weeks from 26 down to 24. Currently, we're at a half year of eligible uninsurance benefit. And it reduces, at the 24 weeks, it pegs it to the unemployment rate in the state. This is the whole idea of the bill. When you index the unemployment rate to how long, many weeks of unemployment the individual can get. So at 24 weeks, you would get that anytime the unemployment rate is 8% or greater. Now that number reduces by 0.5% for each, reduces by 1 week for each 0.5%. The unemployment rate goes down to a low of 3%, where the benefit would be at 14 weeks. Currently, as you know, in the state of New Hampshire, we're below that 3%. So today, that number would be eligible for, the individual would be eligible for 14 weeks of unemployment compensation. Some of the other points in the bills that I worked with the Deputy Commissioner Lavers last year on as we went through this bill, a couple of the issues that came up, well, what happens when you have a pandemic like we did with the coronavirus or the 2008 economic crisis. And in both situations there, the federal government's stepped in, but you'll also note in the bill, there's it mentions RSA 4, colon 445. And what that is the state of emergency exception. So in a state of emergency, if the governor declared, he could basically alter the length of time. Also, the date at which the number is taken, the unemployment rate is the fourth quarter. Again, that was based on discussions with Deputy Commissioner Lavers. So why the bill? The longer individuals are unemployed, the more likely are to fall into long-term dependency or the frequency of dependency, and the harder it is to find work at that point. Numerous studies have shown that receiving these benefits for an extended amount of time can reduce unemployed workers' job search efforts. And I think the recent COVID pandemic over the last couple of years has been an perfect example of what can happen. Businesses can't find workers because people have gotten too familiar with being out on the sidelines. I recall specifically spring of 2021, 2 years ago, that during the pandemic, Governor Sununu initially wanted to continue there was a $300 extra amount that the government was providing to the unemployed, and he was going to extend that, and quickly our businesses in New Hampshire persuaded him to reverse that position just because they needed to get people back to work. When you give people money constantly and over a long period of time, you get that kind of a result. What we've seen in the states that allow benefits for 26 weeks like New Hampshire currently do, individuals are staying out for an average of 14 weeks. That's current, according to the testimony that was put into the back of the bill by the Department of Employment Security. In the states that have reformed these systems, the average is 8.6 weeks. So although New Hampshire's is relatively good, it's still almost twice as much as many of these states who have, implemented this type of a indexing system. Now, I've said before that these wages, unemployment wages, are meant to be a temporary replacement of a person's income. They're not supposed to become a permanent entitlement. And I'm going to give you a great example. This is an email I received last year from an individual, not a constituent, but from an individual up north. And it's an example of what happens when you give the man a fish over and over and over rather than teaching him how to fish. And this was after the Senate had, or it was about the time we were dealing with this in the Senate. And it was from an individual, and I'll just read it. It says, "From what I understand, you want to cut the weeks of unemployment by 10 weeks. I am in construction. I am laid off mid-November till mid-April. That means for me, 3 months of no income for me or my family. I have a mortgage to pay, oil, and many bills to pay. So if this bill passes, you can pay my bills for those 10 weeks you want to get rid of. Where are your brains? Sincerely," and his name. Now, what I later found out that this is not atypical. I had further conversations with this individual via email, and this individual has been doing this for decades. They work 6.5 months, and then they have the expectation that they're going to sit at home and collect the unemployment for the remainder. And it's not unique. As I talked with the deputy commissioner about this, he also mentioned that this is not an infrequent situation. With today's unemployment rate and the inability of businesses to find workers, there's nobody here that's going to tell me that individual can't find another job for 5 or 6 months where he or she can make substantially a lot more money for those 5 or 6 months than on unemployment, probably close to double. I mean, these days you can't find a job that pays less than $20 an hour to start. And you can be sure those businesses who can't find employees would be more than happy to have that individual for 5 months a year. So, in closing, I'll just say that the unemployment indexing is rational, it's responsible, it's common sense. It gives a longer term of payments when the unemployment rate is high and in shorter terms when unemployment is low. I want to remind you, right now it's up to a half year, even though the average is about 14. Yes, you've seen in the testimony attached to the bill that we have a very good system. It is a good system. But do we simply sit back and say, we'll accept good when we can potentially make that system better? I think, again, I'm going to go back to keep calling it testimony in the back of the bill because I've never seen such a long methodology explanation. But we have a shortage of workers today. I mean, there's no doubt about it. We need to get more people working. We don't want to extend the welfare or unemployment rule. This will ultimately save the businesses unemployment insurance taxes. We've learned over the last couple of years a segment of our population will remain idle when the monthly total payments are high. At one point, if you remember, they reached almost $3,600 a month here in New Hampshire. New Hampshire's system is good, but we can make it better. I sense there's a fear of change that maybe the administration of the current program sees. I don't see that. I see an improvement. Will it be monumental? In New Hampshire's case, probably not. Some of the other states, as we talked about, it was very monumental. And once again, I'll say 26 weeks, that's our maximum. That is an entire half of a year. So with that, I'd be happy to take any questions. I do have committee to get back to, but I would be more than happy to take any questions, and then I will pass out the white paper.
Thank you, Representative Turcott. Are there any questions? I have one. Last year, when we brought this up, you mentioned a significant change in what happened in Florida when this happened. And then in the beginning of your testimony, you talked about implementing this would save money to the New Hampshire Trust Fund. And although it's not written in this, as you say, lengthy financial note, do you have any guess as to the savings that might occur?
No. But analytically, there will be a savings. What the amount will be, I couldn't tell you. This that I'll pass out from Florida, it was significant. They turned out a massive multi-billion-dollar deficit into a positive for the unemployment insurance fund, and then they were able to bring that down significantly. I'm pretty sure Deputy Commissioner Labbers might have that number for you.
Representative McKenzie.
Representative Turcott, good to see you again. Just a question, you're going to pass a white paper out to us, I guess, is what you've said. Are you the author of that white paper?
I am not. The Foundation for Government Accountability.
Thank you.
All right.
Seymour, thank you very much.
Thank you. Yes, please. Feel free. Take care. Thank you. Assistant Commissioner Richard Lavers, New Hampshire Employment Securities.
Most of the time.
Mr. Assistant Commissioner, welcome.
Good morning. Thank you for opportunity to talk with the committee this morning. I'll let those handouts make their way around. Just for the record, Richard Lavers, Deputy Commissioner, New Hampshire Department of Employment Security. I'm going to walk through the slides that I've handed out, but certainly as questions arise, please interrupt me because I'm going to try to move through those fairly quickly in respect of your time. But again, as questions come up, please stop me and I'll do my best to answer those. I believe in the materials that you have there, I think we address the issues that Representative Turcott has brought up with his motivation for filing this bill. I believe he talked about improving work ethic, talked about strengthening the trust fund, improving employer taxes, making for a faster return to the labor force, talked about Florida as the state used as the example of why to do this, and then talked about trust fund solvency. I think all of those issues are addressed, but as you have additional questions about any of those, please fire away. So the department opposes this bill. We opposed the bill last go around in the Senate. We have not had an opportunity to review this bill with the Unemployment Compensation Advisory Council. The council has their regular quarterly meeting coming up this Monday. Chairman Infantine will be there for that. The majority of that meeting will be focused on legislation. We'll be presenting this bill to the council. They may take a position, and if they do, we will certainly assist the council in getting that position conveyed to the committee. But the department opposes the bill. Starting with the slides, to give you a lay of the land on how New Hampshire compares with the rest of the country in terms of how many weeks of unemployment benefits are currently available. You can see that New Hampshire is in the mainstream right now in terms of their unemployment program and what is available for individuals. We have 42 states right now that have at least 26 weeks available. On this first chart that you see, all of the green states have 26 weeks. Massachusetts has 28, or 30, I'm sorry, and then Montana has 28 weeks currently available. So we do have, and these are states and territories, we do have 10 states that have less than 26 weeks available. When we look at the states with at least 26 weeks available, 10 of them have a uniform duration, meaning that someone comes in, qualifies for unemployment benefits, because we are an eligibility-based program. You have to have a qualifying separation, be unemployed through no fault of your own, be able to work, available to work, actively conducting a work search each and every week. So we are an eligibility-based program, not an entitlement program like was discussed in the sponsor's testimony. So 10 states, including New Hampshire, have a uniform 26 weeks available when an individual comes in and files. We'll go over how many weeks people are currently using, how many people use all those weeks. But right now, you come in, you qualify, you have up to 26 weeks available to you. 32 of those 42 states that have up to 26 weeks, they have a variable duration. So you can get up to 26, but they look at your base period earnings. So how much you earned in your base period and over how many quarters you earned wages in your base period. The more you earned over more quarters in your base period, the more weeks you are eligible for. The less you earned over a shorter duration during your base period, the fewer amount of weeks that you are eligible for, but up to 26 weeks. So if you had earnings over the course of your whole 4-quarter base period, you're going to be collecting for 26 weeks. Of the 10 states that have less than 26 weeks, so Florida being one of them, Florida has currently 12 weeks available, like North Carolina also has 12 weeks available. 6 of those 10 have variable duration that is based on their base period wages, like I just talked about with the other states, but they also look at unemployment rate, like Representative Turcott is proposing here. So they don't just look at unemployment rate, they look at what your base period earnings were as well, and both of those issues go into the calculation to determine how many weeks you will receive. And then 4 of those 10 states that have less than 26 weeks, they base that determination entirely upon base period wages. They don't look at unemployment rate. So again, Florida, North Carolina, they have 12 weeks available. Alabama, Georgia have 14 weeks available, like being proposed here. When we move to the next chart here, you can see, and this should be familiar to the members of the committee because we briefly talked about it during the orientation, but the lay of the land right now in New Hampshire in terms of utilization of the unemployment program, you can see in this chart for new claims, we are 30% below where we were pre-pandemic. Country as a whole is 10% below where they were, so New Hampshire is an outlier in terms of the low volume of claims currently being filed. The next slide, when you look at those weekly claims, so someone needs to file an initial claim and a weekly claim, and then a weekly claim each week that they remain unemployed and are seeking unemployment benefits, those weekly claims are 36% below where we were pre-pandemic. And we thought things were pretty good in 2019 before the pandemic hit. Unemployment rate at 2.7%, employers struggling to find workers, nearing full employment, but we are 36% below where we were in 2019 in terms of weekly filings. When you look at Massachusetts and New Hampshire, they are below where they were, but not anywhere close to what New Hampshire is experiencing. So New Hampshire is an outlier in that regard. When we move to the next page and the 4th slide, it looks at duration. Very, very important point here because it was stressed upon with Representative Turcott and the rationale for proposing this is that duration is a problem in states that have a high number of weeks available to them. Well, the current data on that actually suggests quite the opposite. So New Hampshire right now, despite having 26 weeks of benefits available, on average, individuals utilize 10 weeks. So their unemployment claim utilizes less than half of the weeks they have available to them. And the simple reason for that is because it's not necessarily a matter of how many weeks you have available to you that really determines how long you remain on the unemployment program. It's what are the economic conditions in your state how many jobs are available to you, how many good quality jobs are available to you, and then also how much is being paid to you while you're receiving unemployment. How much of your wages from your prior employment are being replaced? So when you look at each and every state and what their current average duration is, New Hampshire does quite well. 5th lowest average duration in the country at 10 weeks. Shorter duration than Florida, shorter duration than North Carolina. So might be scratching your head on that one. So states that have 12 weeks maximum available to them right now, people filing in those states file for more weeks than in New Hampshire, despite New Hampshire having 26 weeks available. And again, it's because the economic conditions in the state in which you are looking for employment matter much more than the number of weeks that you have available. And so you can see on that chart, the yellow bars are the states that have shorter or a lower number of weeks available, and you can see where they shake out in terms of their average duration. When you move to the next slide, which looks at a very similar topic, but looks at exhaustion rates. So exhaustion is looking at how many people that file for benefits, how many of them use all of the benefits they have available to them. So in New Hampshire, that would be all 26 weeks. New Hampshire has the lowest exhaustion rate in the whole country. Okay? 8.6% of people filing for unemployment benefits in New Hampshire utilize all 26 weeks. Now, on average, they're using 10, but less than 1 out of every 10 people that file for unemployment benefits in New Hampshire currently utilize all 26 weeks. Now, when we look at Florida and North Carolina, they have the highest exhaustion rates in the country. Fewer weeks, granted, each of those states have 12 weeks available to them, but they have higher exhaustion rates. So right now in Florida, nearly 70%, 70, of their people filing for unemployment benefits utilize all 12 weeks. New Hampshire, that's 8.6%. Florida, worst in the country for exhaustion. New Hampshire, best in the country for exhaustion. When we go to the next slide, which compares Florida and New Hampshire over the last 5 years, looking at exhaustion rates, you can see there's really not much of a comparison. So we look back at the pandemic recession, Florida was at 100% exhaustion. New Hampshire, 30%. We look now, we're near that 70% exhaustion, 67.4% precisely for Florida, and 8.6% for New Hampshire. So the suggestion that individuals in the unemployment program are going to use all of the weeks they have available to them is not true based on experience in administering that program, but it's not true based on the actual data. And it's not a fluke. It's not just because I cherry-picked a great quarter to use. You've got 5 years of data right here comparing Florida and New Hampshire in exhaustion. When we move to the next slide and we look at a comparison of, and I've got to make a point here, having an economist that works for you with Brian Gottlob is a wonderful thing to have. I know the song said lawyers, guns, and money, but having an economist is great. When you look at mapping out and overlaying the proposed weeks in the formula for calculating those weeks in House Bill 190, and you put that over history going back to 2000. So that covers 3 recessionary periods, a modest one, a severe one, and then an explosive one with the pandemic recession. And you look at our actual average duration, you can see that what would have happened with if House Bill 190 had been in place in New Hampshire, that during each recessionary period and coming out of those recessionary periods, there would not have been enough weeks to satisfy the demand at the time for people that were filing for unemployment. So the red line here is the proposed number of weeks that would be available based on the calculation using the fourth quarter's unemployment rate. And the blue line shows you what the actual average duration was. The gray bars are the recessions. So 2001, you can see actual duration much higher than that, which would have been allowed by House Bill 190, similar to the 2008 recession, and then very much true during the pandemic recession. And so the good thing, one of many good things about the unemployment program in New Hampshire is that it is sized to meet the demand. So right now, we're doing a good job of getting people back to work. The department would like to take some credit for that, but I think private employers probably deserve more credit for that because they have jobs available. So the economic conditions are good. People don't need, right now, they only need 10 weeks on average of the 26 weeks available. But that's not what policy isn't just looking at what we're currently experiencing. We need to look at what is going to happen again at some point. We experience a recession every 7 years, so it's going to happen again. And when we have had recessionary periods, looking at the 3 most recent, people need more weeks because of the economic conditions at the time. House Bill 190 would not have provided sufficient numbers of weeks during those periods. And ironically, it would have provided more weeks when we were in recovery periods when people didn't need them because it relies upon a lagging indicator with the unemployment rate. I know we publish the unemployment rate, so why am I bashing the unemployment rate? Well, you notice we don't really use it for much. We put it out there and say, hey, this is where we were last month, but it's not something we use to determine where we are right now and where we're going. We actually use a whole assortment of real-time high-frequency indicators, not a lagging indicator like the unemployment rate. But you can see how House Bill 190 would have performed in those 3 recessionary periods. When we move on, in addressing the point made about work ethic and reducing the number of weeks to strengthen work ethic, reducing the number of weeks to strengthen and increase the labor force. So we know that New Hampshire, on average, 10 weeks, right? So I think work ethic is pretty good in New Hampshire. We historically have a higher labor force participation rate than the rest of the country, and we have a lower average duration of unemployment benefits than the rest of the country. Both good indicators for our work ethic here. But when you look at this next chart with the red, yellow, and blue bars, this looks at New Hampshire, Florida, and North Carolina. And what it does is it looks at individuals that filed a new unemployment claim, how many of them had actual wages in the next quarter. Okay? So New Hampshire, this data, which is 5 years ending in 2018, Florida stopped submitting data. I don't know why, but so this is up to 2018. 72% of individuals filing a new claim showed wages in the next quarter, meaning they were getting right back to work. Florida down about 57%, North Carolina at about 65%. If we were to walk this forward to the most current available data, New Hampshire has about 78% of individuals that file a new claim show wages in the next quarter. I don't know Florida and North Carolina because that data is not currently available. Looking at the next slide and the issue about healthy trust fund and healthy unemployment program, what this slide does is it looks at each state's reliance on federal assistance during the pandemic for unemployment purposes. And why this is important and why we looked at this was we felt New Hampshire had done a really good job of paying people from the correct program, and which results in less audit findings and less problems with U.S. Department of Labor down the road. But we also had a right-sized unemployment program. So because we had 26 weeks available, we had a solvent trust fund at the start of the pandemic. Governor Sununu was able to actually create an expanded unemployment program providing benefits to gig workers and self-employed and people that didn't have enough wages. He was able to do that about 2 weeks ahead of the federal government passing the CARES Act. Again, because he had a solvent trust fund, he had 26 weeks available. States that had fewer weeks didn't have that option to them. They couldn't react as quickly as New Hampshire could. And what you see here in this chart is that states that have fewer weeks available in their unemployment program, they rely upon the federal government to bail them out much more quickly and to a much higher degree. This looks at how many dollars in pandemic unemployment benefits were paid per covered worker in each state. You can see New Hampshire did very well. We're over on the left-hand side of this column. Florida was about twice as much pandemic unemployment assistance that state needed in order to address the workers' needs during the pandemic than New Hampshire needed. Again, because of the limited number of weeks they had available, and as we'll get into, also because of the solvency or lack thereof of their trust fund. When we talk, I know there had been some questions about, and I raised the point about the amount that someone gets paid on unemployment has an impact on how quickly they're going to be returning to work. New Hampshire has about a 30% wage replacement rate. On average right now, our average weekly benefit amount, and this slide looks at each state's average weekly benefit amount currently. New Hampshire is at about $320 a week, 17th lowest in the country. Florida, they're at $253 a week, average weekly benefit amount. Right down with Mississippi, Louisiana, and Alabama in terms of how much they are paying on average per week. And again, with New Hampshire, that wage replacement rate is about 30%. And that's a comparison of what someone would receive on unemployment compared to what they were earning in private sector employment. When you look at this next slide, you can see the New Hampshire and Florida actually are pretty close, despite Florida having a much lower average weekly benefit amount. They're both at about 30%. Country as a whole is about 38% wage replacement. New Hampshire and Florida are close just because Florida is a low wage state compared to New Hampshire. So that's why, despite New Hampshire having a higher weekly benefit amount, we also have higher private sector average earnings. So that's why we're close, even though we have a higher average weekly benefit amount. When we turn the page, we get into some of the tax issues and arguments that have been brought forward that the reducing the number of weeks is healthier for employers in the state from an unemployment insurance tax perspective. What you can see here is, and we shared this in our orientation session, but New Hampshire has seen explosive growth in employers since the pandemic. We're up about 21%. We added about 9,000 registered employers in the state. The tax experience of employers in the state, we peaked at a unemployment insurance tax rate that was about 40% below where we peaked during the Great Recession. That tax rate has come down significantly. The quarter that you cannot see here, which would be Q4 of 2022, that data is not available for this slide. That rate will be down around 1%. And we know that because employers started receiving their fund balance reduction because of the growth in the trust fund. They started receiving that in the fourth quarter. So everyone got a 0.5 point reduction in their unemployment rate starting with the fourth quarter. They're getting it in the first quarter as well, saving them about $28 million. So tax rates have been falling quite significantly. And then the last slide, looking at getting into the solvency discussion, and I want to spend some time talking about this. And there's a whole bunch of numbers that I don't have memorized, so I need to get to my notes here. But when we look at trust fund solvency, it's an incredibly important topic, okay? There's I think 6 people in the state that really care about it. Chairman Infantine's one. I'm another one. Brian Gottlob is one. And I think Gary Abbott, he actually has a strange fascination with trust fund solvency sitting behind me. But it's an incredibly important topic for employers. And the reason why it's important is because if you have a solvent trust fund, then when you get into an economic downturn, then the likelihood is that you will not need to borrow from the federal government in order to pay unemployment benefits during that economic downturn. States that need to borrow then face problems for their employers in the form of reductions in their federal unemployment insurance tax credits. So when that happens, employers start having to pay more in taxes to support the unemployment program for their federal share of unemployment insurance taxes. So borrowing is not a good thing. It's good to have that support from the federal government if you are unable to meet the obligations of your unemployed population, but long-term, not good for the employers in your state. What we have here is the solvency scores of all the states. Okay, so every April, the U.S. Department of Labor publishes a solvency report. In that report, they provide analysis and give a score to every state's trust fund. And what they look at is they look at what your current trust fund balance is as of January of that year. So the most recent report we have is from April of 22. They use January balances for that report. They then look at your 3 worst benefit years in the last 20 years. And then they look at what your total wages are in the state, because they're really all about assessing risk, right? It's an insurance program, insurance product. We care very much about risk. They then give each state a score that they call the average high cost multiple, the AHCM, okay? If you achieve a score of 1.0 AHCM, you are considered minimally solvent by U.S. Department of Labor, meaning they think that you can probably pay benefits out of your trust fund when you encounter the next economic downturn. They don't know, I used to joke around saying solvency is like getting ready for a race. I don't know, am I getting ready for a 5K or a marathon? I don't know if I'm going to be in good enough shape. We don't know what the next economic downturn is going to be, but this is what U.S. Department of Labor uses to try to measure that. So when they took that measurement prior to the pandemic, 2019, New Hampshire was solvent. We had an AHCM of 1.04, and Florida was also solvent, okay? Florida was a slightly higher AHCM, they were 1.07, so a little bit more solvent than New Hampshire at that time. We had about $311 million in our trust fund at that point in time. Florida had $3.8 billion, okay? Of course, the state's 17 times the size of New Hampshire. The labor force is 15 times the size of New Hampshire. So having a trust fund that's 12 times the size of New Hampshire, it's about right, okay? We were both solvent, though, when you looked at USDOL. Fast forward to 2023, and based on the report that was filed, released in April of 22, because that's the most recent one we have, neither of the states were solvent, okay? New Hampshire was at about 0.55. Remember, we want a 1.0 AHCM to be considered solvent. Florida was at about a 0.34. But what we can do in anticipating the next report that will come out in April of this year, because again, that April 22 report looks at trust fund balances from January of 22, we can look at what we've had for trust fund growth in that time period. So New Hampshire's trust fund went from 190 million when they released that report finding that we were not solvent. We're now at 360 million, okay? So we've had about 84% growth in our trust fund over the course of that time period. When you apply those figures to our AHCM, New Hampshire is currently solvent. Good news. So we have an AHCM that is over 1.0. It's higher than where we were prior to the pandemic. We're about 50 million above where we were prior to the pandemic. So New Hampshire is solvent. Florida's not. So Florida's had about 40% growth in their trust fund revenue during that time period. Remember, they started prior to the pandemic at 3.8 billion. They're now at about 2 billion, but they're not solvent. They're not even close to solvent. When you apply that growth in their trust fund to their prior report, that puts them under 0.5. So they're not even halfway to being solvent. That's a problem. But I think when you look at the statistics and the numbers that we've talked about, you can understand why, based upon the lack of solvency in Florida, why they have only 12 weeks available. And they can't afford to pay individuals for more weeks because they don't do a very good job of getting individuals back to work. They have high exhaustion rates. So more than 2/3 of their people use all the weeks that are available to them. New Hampshire, less than 1 in 10 use all the weeks available to them. New Hampshire has shorter duration despite more weeks available. So on average, people use 10 weeks. Florida, North Carolina, on average, people use 11 weeks. So without a solvent trust fund and without real good effort on working to make connections between hiring employers and job seekers, then I can see why you wouldn't offer more weeks, because in Florida, it is true. People use all the weeks that are available to them. New Hampshire, that is not the case. The department feels that our current structure of our unemployment program, 26 weeks available, with strict requirements on weekly work search, on being able to work, available to work, and heavily policing that as we do in our responsible administration of the program, we feel that the program is sized correctly now. Any changes to that, the concern would be that we would be undersizing the program. We wouldn't have enough weeks available to individuals when we encounter the next economic downturn. And we would be making ourselves much more dependent upon the federal government to bail us out, to bail out our unemployment program in order to provide support to individuals when they're unemployed through no fault of their own, because the state can't afford to do it. Now, I don't want to get to that point in time. And I hope the committee agrees with the department's position on this. I know I've thrown out a lot of information to the members. I do thank you for giving me a little bit more time, and I hopefully can answer any questions that folks might have.
Thank you. Mr. Vice Chairman.
Thank you. My question is, you heard the sponsor gave us an example of a seasonal worker who then uses unemployment for the off season. Could you help remind me what the obligations are on, say, a construction worker in order to remain qualified for benefits during up to half the year?
So it's a good point. So right now in New Hampshire, seasonal employees are allowed to file for employment benefits during their off season. You're also allowed to have part-time earnings while you're collecting unemployment benefits. So seasonal workers, so our bus drivers, our school cafeteria workers, our landscapers, our construction workers, our civil construction workers on road and bridge projects, during their off season, those individuals have a qualifying separation from work. They are allowed to file for unemployment benefits. On average, they get about 30% wage replacement. So 30% of the wages they were earning is what they're getting in unemployment. That's an incentive for many people not to utilize the unemployment program in those situations, but they are eligible. What happens with regard to the obligation to search for work is there was a change made in 2018-19 time period. Legislative change made, so it's in our statute. So an individual that is on a temporary layoff and they have a definite date for return to work that is less than 11 weeks away, they do not have to search for work during the period that is less than 11 weeks. So that can apply to bus drivers. It can apply to any of your seasonal workers. If your temporary layoff is going to be longer than that period, you have to search for work the entire period. If you don't have a definite date for return to work, your employer thinks they're going to be bringing you back, you have to search for work that entire time period, and you do that on your weekly claim filing when you're doing that electronically. So that's how the current work search waiver is implemented based upon the statutory requirement.
Thank you.
Could you further explain how, in doing that, for the new folks here, how we reduce the employers with a negative balance?
So as you can imagine, this is a good point getting into more about trust fund solvency. So employers that have seasonal patterns to their workforce, have put a much bigger burden on the unemployment program, right, than say an employer that doesn't have any seasonality in their workforce, but occasionally will have a need to lay somebody off. So we have in New Hampshire, you're either if you're a for-profit employer, you're either positive rated or you're negative rated. Okay, so positive rated employers are those employers that have paid more into the unemployment program through their quarterly tax payments than the department has paid out in benefits to their workers. Negative rated employers, many of whom are seasonal employers, are those that have paid in less in taxes that we have paid out in benefits. What happens to those negative rated employers is they have a much higher tax rate. So if you are new to being negative, maybe there was just a bump in your whatever your business area was, and you lost a few customers, you had to lay a few people off, it caused you to go negative. If you're negative less than 4 years, then you move onto a middle tax table. Your rates are a little bit higher. They're not as low as they were when you were positive rated, but they're not as high as those chronically negative rated employers that have more of that seasonal burden on the unemployment program. So those employers that are negative rated for more than 4 years, they're on the third table, the highest rates, upwards of 7.5%. And they also don't share in the experience of those fund balance reductions to the degree that our positive rated employers do. So they pay at higher rates. They're paying in more taxes into the trust fund because their experience is negative. And your seasonal employers that have regular seasonality like that fall into that last group with the highest rates.
Thank you. Representative McKenzie, then followed by Sullivan.
Thank you. Thank you. All right. The question I have is a phrase that come up today that I'm not real familiar with. This variable duration, and I'm particularly concerned about the impact on low wage workers. If the unemployment benefit is based, as I understand it from Representative Turcott, is based on the amount of wages that you receive. And so low wage workers, can you explain how potentially that could affect low wage workers as opposed to high wage workers who maybe accumulate that rate quicker? Get to that place?
So just to clarify, New Hampshire is a uniform duration state, right? So when you come in, you have up to 26 weeks available. Some states, as we had reviewed, some states have variable duration looking at base period earnings. So how that works in New Hampshire, so your base period is the first 4 of the most recently completed 5 calendar quarters. So we look at those 4 quarters and we see what you earned in covered employment, W-2 employment. And based upon those total earnings is going to determine what your weekly benefit amount is. So the weekly benefit amount is set in statute. It's a statutory table in 282A. You have the minimal earnings requirement during that base period is $2,800. So during those 4 quarters, you have to have earned $1,400 in each of 2 quarters in order to be monetarily eligible. So if you had $2,800 in 1 quarter in your base period and less than 14 in all the other quarters, you are not monetarily eligible for unemployment benefits. So if you have that $1,400 in each of 2 quarters in your base period, your weekly benefit amount would be $27 a week. Actually, it might even be less than that. I don't have the table memorized to heart. I know the top end, which is $427, that is what you would get if you were at 41.5 during your base period. So if you earn at least $41,500 during your base period during those 4 quarters, you are going to top out at the maximum weekly benefit amount in New Hampshire, $427 a week. If you have $100,000 in your base period, you get $427 a week. If you have $200,000 in your base period, you get $427 a week. So we look at base period earnings. The more base period earnings you have, as long as you satisfy those 2 quarters of at least $1,400, your weekly benefit amount increases up to that $427. the less you have in earnings during those 4 quarters, then the less your weekly benefit amount is going to be.
Representative Sullivan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good to see you, Deputy Commissioner. That 8.6% of people who use the full 26 weeks, it's a very low number. Department should be proud. New Hampshire should be proud. But I'm interested in knowing who those people are. What kind of life experience have they gone through that requires them, unlike over 90% of everyone else who goes on unemployment, what causes them to use the full 26 weeks?
So and thank you for the comments about the 8.6%. We're proud of that as well. So one of the factors that does come in when you're looking at the number of weeks that someone files for, and we had talked about this during the last session with this bill. There are a large number of the individuals that file for more weeks. They have part-time earnings. So they're allowed to work part-time, part-time hours, part-time earnings while they're collecting their unemployment benefit. But what it does is those earnings reduce their unemployment benefit. Okay? And so when they're working part-time and those earnings are reducing their unemployment benefit, now it's stretching out over how many weeks you can get your maximum weeks available to you. Okay? So if you're working part-time and say you normally would have been getting $250 a week, but with your part-time earnings, that's knocked down to $150 a week. Now you're getting less each week. Your attachment to the labor force is better, which is what we want to see. But you might be filing for a longer period of time, but your weekly benefit amount is going to be less. So quite a few of those individuals in that grouping that file for up to the 26 weeks, and some file for more than that because they have the benefits available to them because their part-time earnings have been reducing their maximum benefits available. They have those part-time earnings. And so those are more in your where those jobs fall are more likely to be hospitality, retail, with those part-time workers. And those are a lot of the folks that use more weeks. So that 8.6%, very low number on average. We're at 10 weeks, but you do have those that are up in those higher week groupings, and I can share that information with the committee. I have 2018, 2019, and then the second half of 22. And the reason why I'll only provide the second half of 22 is because it gets out of the pandemic influence. So, but what you can see based upon that data, 2018-19, about 65 to 70% of people were filing for less than 14 weeks. When you look at the 22 data, about 76% of individuals are filing for less than 14 weeks. So that in that 22 grouping, I think it was 3,800 individuals that were in that sample size. So about 800 of them were filing for more than 14 weeks. So you'll see that in the data that I make available to Chairman Infantine.
Follow up. Still drilling down on those 8.6% of the people. Other than the part-time workers, are there other folks who have somehow fallen on hard times that it's making it more difficult than usual for them to actually be able to land a job of any sort?
I think you're likely looking at individuals who might require a longer period of training. Perhaps they're going in a different vocational direction. And as long as that training is approved training through the department, they're able to collect their unemployment benefit while they're enrolled in training. Perhaps that training is going on longer, putting them in that grouping of 8.6% of exhaustees and certainly above the 10 weeks average duration. In terms of other characteristics of that group, I don't know it off the top of my head, but we can certainly look at that. But any other demographic characteristics, at least to the extent we have that information, that can be provided as well.
Thank you.
Just a moment. I want to follow up on something. Then I know people have their hands up. Following on Representative Sullivan's question about the 8.6% and the part-time employees, we now allow employees to receive unemployment benefits when possibly their employer, because of a seasonal situation, doesn't want to lay them off, but only has fewer hours. So they can make unemployment of the difference. It's important to me to understand what percentage of that 8.6% is that. So, because that's not someone that's not vocationally capable of going back to work, or someone that's milking it, if you will, and not going back to work. So I don't know if you can, in your numbers, break that down, but that would be important to me to understand.
Yeah, we can show the number of individuals in that 8.6% that actually show partial earnings during their time filing.
Thank you. Representative McKenzie.
Thank you. As is always the case with unemployment, it's a rabbit hole you go down, and it's very difficult to unpack some of this stuff. But let me ask you, this question as it relates to construction workers as opposed to, in comparison to ordinary workers. So under the unemployment system, you have to be available for work. So you deny people who come in and say, we're not available for work. And yet there is an exception in the law that allows people in the construction industry who are going to come back at some point. There's a fixed period. They're not required to look for work. Is that correct?
Correct. They're not, if they fit within that, having a definite date for return to work in less than 11 weeks, they do not have to conduct a weekly work search, but they do need to be able for work and they need to be available for work. So if you were to break your leg during that time period and you are not able to work, you're not available to work, you are not eligible for unemployment benefits during that time that you're not able and available.
Representative Schultz.
Actually, he just.
Oh. Because this is not a question, but no, I'm not gonna say it. I was just gonna, I just don't think they need to hear more. We've already freaked them out with all this stuff so far, all the newbies. I don't want to give them too much. Unfortunately, as Assistant Commissioner said, I've become kind of a nerd about all this stuff, so I'm sorry. Are there any other questions for the Assistant Commissioner?
I have one final.
Yes, Representative McKenzie.
And I think I asked you this before, but I'm concerned about the impact of those people who are ineligible as a result of for instance, during COVID. Daycare centers closed, their whole support system went out from under them, and many people had to leave the workforce. And so the question I have, did that impact women, female workers, women workers, as opposed to male workers, and what is the percentage of that? I don't expect you to answer that right now, but I'd be interested in that because, as we know, the whole bottom fell out for so many people, and those people are not eligible in many cases for unemployment. Is that correct?
So during the pandemic, individuals that had been working or had been engaged in self-employment that were no longer able to because of the pandemic, they were eligible and they were filing, including self-employed. So if fast forward to today, you need to have a qualifying separation, meaning unemployed through no fault of your own. You need to have monetary eligibility, meaning at least $2,800 in your base period and covered employment, and then you would be eligible for benefits. Experience during the pandemic, I can quickly answer that question so I don't have more homework. During the height of the pandemic, from a gender breakdown, we were looking about 60% female. Okay, 60% of the people filing for unemployment benefits in the pandemic-related program were women. Compare that to our most recent recessionary period back in the Great Recession, that was flipped. So during the Great Recession, it was 60% men. The reason for both of those is because of the sectors that were impacted. Pandemic, service sectors were much higher impacted. Those sectors have a higher percentage of female workers. So your hospitality, healthcare, retail, they have more female employees than they do men. They were more impacted during the pandemic. hence more of the filers for unemployment being women. Great Recession, big impacts were in construction, financial services, manufacturing to a certain degree. Those industries tend to be dominated by men. So that's why there were more men filing during the Great Recession as compared to more women filing during the pandemic recession. Fast forward to where we are currently and looking at the groups that have been slow to return to the labor force. I believe we had looked at that broken down by age cohort during the orientation. And we've had a drop in labor force participation amongst our 25 to 34-year-olds, right? Older workers have come back, even exceeding their pre-pandemic participation. Younger workers have not, still off by 5-6%, which is why our labor force is still not yet where it was prior to the pandemic. When you look at that 25 to 34-year-old grouping that is more likely to have young kids, more of those individuals, more women in that group have not come back to the labor force as compared to men. So the one can take that next step and say that the child care or lack thereof for that population who are most likely to be in need of child care, those responsibilities tend to fall more on female workers than they do male workers. Not in my household, but generally they do. And you see a slower return to the labor force amongst women 25 to 34-year-old as compared to their male counterparts in that age group.
All right. Excellent. Thank you very much. If you have any questions, if you were really kind of confused, you can all feel free to contact Assistant Commissioner on your own. I have 4 cards. I'd like to get this hearing in 30 minutes, but I'm not going to stop anyone from speaking. Gary Abbott, Associated General Contractors. Since he was spoken of earlier, in 2008, Gary Abbott almost single-handedly saved the New Hampshire Unemployment Trust Fund with coming up with a new mechanism, what we use now. It was a tough pill to swallow at the time, increasing from 12 to 14,000 the benefits and putting a 1-week delay in. But that was pretty much your idea, Gary, and that was a really difficult time.
Thank you very much, Chairman Infantine, for that. Yeah, it was back in that recession in which the governor got a number of business organizations, including us, how we were going to solve the problem, and it included a tax rate for businesses, and we phased it in. But I appreciate that. I'm going to try to keep my testimony short. I know you're running on time, and the commissioner has done such an excellent job before me. So part of this comes that we did testify last year when a similar bill was in place. We were in opposition. Let me introduce myself. I'm Gary Abbott, the Executive Vice President of the Associated General Contractors of New Hampshire. I represent large commercial contractors, both building and highway. This bill last year, I brought a highway contractor with me because this is really, I did a quick survey last year based on the sponsor asking me to do so, of how many weeks for seasonal. And I represent, I have construction firms that do less than, they have different ranges. So I did a quick survey, and I came down to what I got responses back is 16 to 20 weeks. So I got different companies responding that would be adequate. And you can imagine paving was at the higher number of 20 because paving is temperature related and they can be shut down earlier than other construction firms. And unlike Florida, we have winters here and they can't work. So they were concerned that, no fault of their own of an individual that works for them gets laid off, qualifies, because keep in mind, our time period goes for those layoffs typically more than 14 weeks. So they have to look for work. They have to do all of that. And there is no guarantee. You do have construction firms that might not be able to go back into work the next year. This may be not a seasonal layoff. It may be permanent. So that's why it's structured the way it is, that a person's eligible. There's an intent to come back to work, but as you know, some employees that go on unemployment might find a job elsewhere and may never come back to construction. So it's a reality that we live with. So we just want to protect, we want as much of our workforce to come back as we possibly can. Now, keep in mind, the commissioner talked about the amount. The amount is not anywhere near the wages that they could earn, but there is a difficulty if you're in the paving industry and you have expert in that, and you tell an employer that you're trying to go to work for that you probably most likely will go back to work in the paving industry in the spring, it makes it much more difficult if you're honest with those other employers that you're going to go to a different job, and that may hurt you trying to get the job, but trying to be honest with that. So one of the things we came down with, and last year we opposed it, but I think we got a lot of information, and I know the commissioner talked about facts and figures. One thing we took away from last year, and you can see that we kind of looked and counted weeks, and we said, we really, if you were going to start this phase in of what the bill, and we're not opposed to the concept of the bill, because I think there's a gap, a curve beyond the average. And we got this from the deputy commissioner last year. The bulk of the unemployment goes away in 17 weeks. So I looked at my numbers of 16 to 20, talked to the contractors and said, if that curve, 17 weeks, a much higher than a majority come off, because you probably have the seasonal that's part of those numbers of the past before COVID. And one of the things with COVID, we did as a construction industry continue to work through COVID. So even when COVID was hit in the construction season, we kept our people employed. But what we basically said, if there was going to be a phase in to look at those people that are going all the way to the end, because that's really, I think, what the bill is trying to do. We understand that as a policy, but we think the 14 weeks should start with a 17 week. And if that's more than the majority, you know, this kind of bell curve, that was the big number last year that we heard from the unemployment security. That's why we recommended 17 weeks, because if you go beyond that, then you have that policy. But we would leave that up to the committee, but we think 14 weeks is too short. And with that, I would end my testimony. I think you've heard an awful lot of facts and figures, and I'm just here to support, if you were to go forward with that policy change, try to make it to the 17 weeks.
Thank you. Representative Cahill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Abbott, for taking my question. I tended to, I listened to what Deputy Commissioner Laver said, and I think that what we have is working fine. I don't really see a need or benefit to change it. But as knowing that your devotion to the trust fund, I wanted to ask you about, as you know, when you have seasonal laborers, if you pay them their 2 weeks vacation, that shields the trust fund from 2 weeks of benefits. And I'd imagine in the construction field that you might be at the 41,500, which would be 427 a week. Would that be a way of shielding, of protecting the trust fund while ensuring that your, employees had a full week's pay for each of those vacations?
I guess what I don't want to mix, companies develop their own policies regarding vacation, sick pay, whether they handle healthcare through a layoff. There's a lot of policy decisions. I think on this bill, we're, at least for me, I'm focused on if they're eligible, how does it work, and how many weeks based on what we have today. I can't tell you every company, how that, if they're paid, I agree with the department in the sense that those are how the regulations go and we conform to that. No difference than years ago when they changed. We used to not have to look for work many, many years ago, but the legislature and the department changed that. So we look for work just like anybody else, which I think is fair.
Follow up?
Yeah, Mr. Abbott, I do understand that your workers are probably looking for work because there's quite a gap between, 30%, you're missing $370, and I'd be looking for that someplace. So I understand your people are probably working where they can.
Yeah, and I just want to play, not everyone that works for a seasonal worker, seasonal company, goes on unemployment. They may do some other work and not do that because they don't want to have to look for work and all those other things. So I don't think it's an absolute, but somebody who absolutely needs the money and actually is looking for work, then they'll go into the system.
Thank you.
Seeing no other questions, thank you, Mr. Abbott.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, Mr. McKenzie, go ahead. I didn't see your hand.
So the model that you're describing, where people go on seasonal workers, that's a very different model than what the union workforce has. In that, if you acknowledge this, that there is a difference between a hiring hall and what you do and because they are always looking for work in in the union side of it. You represent, I think, some union contractors as well. So there's a difference between those two environments, those two models,
Well,
correct?
I think what you're saying is not necessarily, because I think even if you're a union highway that has seasonal work, you would end up in that same situation, even though you were union, because I do represent some union firms. So I don't think it would be different. A lot of the model for construction, though, is looking at building construction. And you may work on a project that ends, you don't know when it's going to start again. Could be within, but I don't think there's guarantees for the department to say you don't have to look for work. So I don't think the model, I have to look at, I do represent this bigger umbrella. It's not just this one. Many companies won't use, the whole period of time because there'll be another project. But it varies whether you're union or open shop, but it still is, you could be left without a job for a period of time.
Thank you, Mr. Abbott.
Thank you.
And next, I'd like to call Roy Swiker from Concord. Representing himself. Thank you. Welcome to the Labor Committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I'm back here again after last year. And essentially, I have a very similar thing to say, namely that we need to think of these as people and not as statistics. I mean, you could easily, cut the thing by eliminating benefits to 2 weeks. And of course, then you'd also get 100% exhaustion because no one's going to find a new job in 2 weeks. But anyway, what I'd like you to think about is, why are these people still not working in 26 weeks? I mean, some people have been thinking about that. I think that we've had the construction model talked about. I think that what you need to do is, can you bifurcate that people that work in certain sectors, the employer just pay enough to keep that part of the trust fund solvent, so you're not worried about that running out, and then, leave the people that are not in seasonal work to kind of have their own part of the trust fund. If these companies are really paying enough money for their seasonal workers, then fine. What do we care if they're off for 20 weeks, if that's the way that industry wants to operate? And so, that's the first thing I want to say. The second thing, it has to do with, last year my complaint was that the New Hampshire Works was only open half of the day, and they've cured that. They're back to a full day. And they've also come up with this new job portal, which I sent you some slides about. I don't know how many of you have bothered to look at them yet. But this job portal to me looks like it's designed to help people that don't want to go back to work, and it makes it worse for the people that actually want a job. Because if you look at it, you can select types of work, you can select areas and so forth. But then what you get is a list of jobs in that area. And apparently this is not particularly attractive to employers, because I noticed in Concord, which is what I looked at, there was no big box stores in the list. Is that really true, that no big box stores in Concord are looking for help? Or is it just that this job portal is not useful to them, so they don't bother listing their jobs on it? But the more interesting thing about this job portal is there's both a link on the left with the job title and a link on the right, inquire, and they both bring up the same page. On that page, you have 200 characters to explain why you want this job. And, is 200 characters enough? But what you don't get in this, unlike most job sites, you don't get a description of what the job entails. You don't get a description of the requirements. You don't get a, indication of what the pay on that job is. So, here you're applying for a job in 200 characters that you really know nothing about. and it says, well, the employer will get back to you if you're interested. You know, that doesn't sound very reasonable to me. And the example I picked, there was a licensing examiner too from the state. I mean, that's a job. There should be a job description for it. There should be a pay scale for it, but they're not available. The only way to find it is to go to the state website and try and track it down separately. It should just be on one of those clickable links. And then, you know, the 200 characters, I could say, well, I worked at a convenience store and I used to have to examine licenses to see if they were old enough to buy cigarettes. So that qualifies me as a licensing examiner. Well, maybe it does, maybe it doesn't. I have no clue because I don't know what that job involves. And so I really think that, you know, we need to find a system whereby people that are unemployed for a long time can get matched up with jobs they can do. I think that, you know, that's something that let's let the Department of Employment Security come up with a better program. The people that are still filing after 10 weeks, maybe speak to them personally, find out how come they're still looking, speak to the employers, find out why that job is still there, you know, see if maybe you can match some of these people up, because, I mean, that's really what we need, is put these people back to work. And the last thing I want to respond to is something that Representative Turcott said about anybody can make 20 bucks an hour if they want to. And the answer is, well, maybe and maybe not. I volunteer for a group that is unemployed, supports unemployed people. I would say most of those people would love to take a $20 an hour job if they could find it. Representative Turcott probably has greater skills than most of them, and that's why he doesn't have trouble with it. Most of them will. And as far as the guy who's the heavy equipment operator in the North Country and can't find a job in the winter, well, maybe there's plenty of jobs down in Dover, but how's he going to afford to move down to Dover for 6 months to get it? I mean, if you have a job that pays $20 an hour, then you figure at 30% of your income for an apartment, you need to be able to rent an apartment for $1,000 a month. So maybe Representative Turcott's got a bunch of jobs that pay $20 an hour and knows where the people can rent an apartment for $1,000 a month, but somehow I doubt it. Thank you.
Any questions for Mr. Schweiker? Seeing none, thank you for testifying. Raymond Burke, NHLA.
Apologies, I think Ray and I actually both submitted cards by accident. We got our wires crossed, but I'm Stephen Tower from NHLA. I believe I'm the other card.
I see. Okay. You're Stephen?
Yes.
And you're going to, are you and Raymond going to testify together or
just me.
okay.
A little bit of a confusion this morning.
No worries.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I think my job will be pretty easy today. I believe the Deputy Commissioner covered most of what I was going to talk to you about today. I did want to just touch on a couple other points that I think could be emphasized. So over the last 2 years, I've lost track of how many times I've heard somebody say, well, it's just that nobody wants to work anymore. You know, people are taking advantage of the unemployment system and they just want to stay home and sit on the couch and eat bonbons and watch TV. And I think in large part, the Deputy Commissioner's testimony showed with some of the data that he provided that that's not necessarily the case. And I just wanted to emphasize a few other things about that. So the current average weekly benefit rate that is paid is $356 per week. And that comes out to about $1,530 per month. And as the Deputy Commissioner mentioned, the wage replacement rate for the is about 30%. So they're getting when somebody is separated from their employment through no fault of their own, they're essentially getting a 70% pay cut while they're on unemployment. And that 1530 average rate that people receive is hard to live on that per month. Right now, the average rent for a one-bedroom apartment in Manchester is $1,600. So if somebody is earning the average unemployment weekly benefit rate and they live in the Manchester area, they couldn't afford rent, never mind food, utilities, gas, any other bills that they have. So the unemployment benefits that they receive help keep them from complete financial ruin, but they are not living comfortably, sitting home, eating bonbons. There was some discussion about the individual in the North Country who is enjoying his 26 weeks of unemployment each year, presumably or allegedly. So, as a reminder, when someone is receiving unemployment benefits, they are somebody who, up until recently, was dutifully working and earning income. They have been working enough to generate enough earnings in their base period to establish their weekly benefit rate, and through no fault of their own, they become unemployed. While they are receiving benefits, they have to search for work. They have to weekly report where they have searched for work with information about the employers that they've contacted. They have to remain able and available and certified to that, and they have to certify to their job search requirements. The department regularly audits some amount of those job search reports, and they, in each of their offices across the state, they have big, bold posters up declaring their successful fraud convictions for people that they catch lying on any of these certifications who have been falsely collecting unemployment benefits. So there are real things that people have to do to receive this unemployment benefits. And one of those things is if they find available work or they are offered suitable work, they have to take it. They can't choose to sit on unemployment and not take a job that's offered to them. So given that there's only about 8% of people currently exhausting their unemployment benefits, there may be a question of, well, it's such a small number. If we reduce the number of weeks, it's only affecting a small portion of the people receiving unemployment benefits. But each person in that 8% is a New Hampshire resident who has a real life and real reasons. And the deputy commissioner testified some of those are people who are going through the job training program. I know personally, when I was a child, my father had worked at a warehouse in Massachusetts for 25 years and got laid off. And because of the type of work he was doing, there weren't really jobs that he could just go out and find another job like that. So he went through the Massachusetts program and went through job training and learned new job skills, and that was a process for him. The other folks who at NHLA that we see frequently who likely need longer to find jobs than the general 10 weeks average are people with caregiving responsibilities that may have only been available to work second shift or third shift, and their work search is limited to trying to find work that suits their childcare needs. Also, perhaps people who have substantial disabilities that make them harder to hire, less attractive to employers because of the difficulties that individual may have in completing a lot of tasks. And then there's a lot of data out there that shows that older workers, on average, have a noticeably statistically relevant longer period of being on unemployment. And I think that a lot of that goes to bias that may exist, that somebody towards the end of their working career may not be able to accept and take on new skills and new tasks. And then there's also maybe not an unreasonable concern from an employer of, well, this person recently became unemployed and they're 65. How much longer are they going to work for my company? Am I going to hire them? And then 2.5 years later, they decide to retire and I have to find and train a new employee. So there are barriers that make it harder for older workers to find jobs, particularly jobs that are relevant to what they had been doing in the past. And this bill would affect all of these sorts of people who may take longer periods of time to find work. I think everything else I had planned on saying, the deputy commissioner has testified to, so I'll leave it at that if anyone has any questions.
Thank you. Questions from Mr. Tower? I knew Mark would have a question. Representative McKenzie, you're
So
recognized.
you mentioned, and the previous speaker mentioned also the network of support, job opportunities for the Job Corps and all those other things. And yet we as a committee don't talk a whole lot about that. So when you look at the workers, the unemployment compensation, do you ever take a look at that system and the benefits that system provides? Because we don't talk about it a whole lot here. I mean, there is support for unemployed workers, get them back to work, and there's all kinds of programs that they're available to.
So in our work, we do have some individuals that, again, we represent specifically low-income workers who are having issues with unemployment, and we do see some people who are in job training programs. But a lot of the job training programs that are out there are for people who, because of the field that they worked in or the length of time that they've been looking for work, may have a harder time finding work without going through a program and learning new skills. And a lot of our clients, we don't see that. I have definitely had a couple clients who have been in the training programs. What we do frequently see at NHLA is one of the other areas that we work in are disability claims and disability appeals. And the New Hampshire Employment Security has programs in place for people who are disabled, who maybe have filed for disability and either received it or didn't receive it, but they want to try to get back into the workforce. And the department provides opportunities to try to find out what their disability limitations are and find work that works around those disabilities and that those disabilities still allow them to do the work. If I can, one more point that I forgot to mention earlier, Representative Turcott mentioned Florida and described Florida and some of the ways that their unemployment program works down there. And for folks who may not have seen it during the pandemic, there were a lot of news stories about how Florida's unemployment system was a mess in a lot of ways. Both the administration of the program and the fact that the limited number of weeks that we're eligible for down there, people were exhausting their benefits. Sometimes it took them 6 months to get their benefits, but when they exhausted their benefits, they very quickly still were in a position of being unable to return to work during the height of that pandemic and had no support. And on the other hand, while it was certainly a difficult time for all states running their unemployment programs during the pandemic, I think NHLA broadly is pretty impressed with the way NHES managed that disaster. And I just, I just want to say that I don't think it's in New Hampshire's best interest to try to emulate Florida's unemployment program. I think we do a pretty good job here. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no other questions, thank you very much for your testimony. I have no additional pink cards. Is there anyone who would like to testify who has not testified? Anyone who has anything else to add? Seeing none, it is 12:17. I'm closing the hearing on House Bill 190 FN. We are adjourned until 1 o'clock, where we have hearings at 1, 2, and 3. So enjoy your lunch.
Are you going to want to present it all for that one, or Brian?
Yeah.
This is the actual number of.
So you guys, a lot of stuff there.
Commissioner.
If committee members will take their seats, please. We're 1 minute behind, so I get, 3 minutes behind. I'm not getting dessert. I would like to open the hearing on House Bill 232. Call the prime sponsor, Representative Brian Sullivan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. House Bill 232 is the current state of a long process that I've been involved with dealing with public sector OSHA. It started with a bill that I filed 4 years ago, which would have created a state plan for public sector OSHA. That state plan is a very involved process. I think at the time, not only the complexity of the developing a state plan was an issue, but also there were a lot of unanswered questions that were an issue. And so in the end, it did pass the House, it passed the Senate, but the governor vetoed it. The following session, I had an epiphany that perhaps rather than just trying to blast the thing through, maybe we ought to answer those unanswered questions. So the next bill I proposed was to create a study committee to study what it would take to create a state plan for public sector OSHA. And I did bring copies of the report from that plan, which I'll pass out now.
How come we didn't get our manila folders so I could put these people in? Are they?
Don't pass it on.
Stuck in them, so they have stuck in them.
I had envisioned that the recommendation from the committee would be to create a state plan for public sector OSHA. With all those unanswered questions being filled in. That is not what the committee ended up doing. And I will say that I'm perfectly happy with what the committee did. And we managed to have a unanimous decision out of that committee. We had, the chairman was on the committee. Representative Avalani from this committee was also on the study committee, as was Senator Kevin Kavanaugh and myself. And in the end, what we agreed to do was create a bill, which is House Bill 232, that would come short of creating the plan, but would adopt the OSHA safety standards, specifically the 1910 standards, into New Hampshire law. So just like all the private sector workers in New Hampshire, the public sector workers would be covered by the same set of safety standards. I remember at the signing ceremony, the governor indicated that I don't understand why we have two different systems. So basically this would take care of that and essentially would adopt those 1910 standards, which are the general industry standards. There's actually 3 different sets of standards. We decided that these were the best fit, and the public sector workers would be covered by those standards. Understand, though, that it would still be governed by the New Hampshire Department of Labor. So the same inspectors that go out now to check public sector workplaces would be out checking public sector workplaces and looking for safety issues that they could rectify. So basically, the bill does several things. It adopts the 1910 standards. It repeals 7 specific standards that have been adopted into RSA 277. That way we won't have overlapping standards, the old New Hampshire standard and then the new OSHA standard. So we took out the New Hampshire standards, which in some cases were very similar to the OSHA standards, sometimes just a little bit shorter, simpler, but basically we would take those out and replace everything with the 1910 standards. This bill would also direct and authorize the New Hampshire Department of Labor to make any rule changes that are needed to get those standards into New Hampshire law. So basically, it allows them to do what they do to make sure the safety standards are where they need to be in the rules. There is one exception to what we, one piece of the 1910 rules that we carved out and did not adopt, and that is Section U, which shows up in the bill. And what that is, very simply, are the COVID safety standards. Quite frankly, we had no interest in getting into that. We know what a third rail COVID issues can be, and this is about worker safety, and we did not want to have the whole thing sidelined by the issues that are sometimes come up relating to COVID. So that's the only carve out. Everything else is in. One of the reasons that this was necessary is that the New Hampshire standards were, in comparison to the OSHA standards, were quite incomplete. There are a lot of pieces that were just not in there. In working with the Deputy Commissioner on this work, we said, well, what, for example, there are no electrical standards in the New Hampshire Department of Labor standards. And, you know, we asked, well, what would happen if there's a junction box that was left open, as exposed wires and that type of thing? And the answer was that that would be covered by the general, I can't remember the term, general
conditions or?
what, yeah. Was it? Thank you. There you go. Thank you. General duty standards. And essentially what the general duty standard is basically says workplaces ought to be safe and you ought to make it that way. Just in general, things ought to be safe. So that's a catch-all that anything that's unsafe, you can put it under. But we also concluded that that was unfair to both employers and employees. If you don't put the standards into the laws or the rules, then how is an employer supposed to know if they're in violation or not? They're just going to have an inspector show up and said, you should have known better. This would fill in a lot of gaps that existed in the New Hampshire standards and would go much further and cover all of the various issues that OSHA has adopted over the years. In an email yesterday, I did send out the file that the Department of Labor put together for the committee, which I have to say, they did one heck of a big job. If any of you open that file, if you do open the file, you've got to download it first and make it able to edit. Once you do that, it'll collapse down and you've got just the table of contents. And you can click on the little arrow next to each item and it expands out. And it shows in blue all of the areas that New Hampshire has a standard. In red, they indicated areas that were perhaps unneeded. And basically, you'll see a lot of pieces that aren't blue that New Hampshire hasn't covered. This would fill all of that in. So I think it's very helpful to do this, but it does not bring OSHA. Well, OSHA's already in New Hampshire. It's here covering private sector workers, but basically it does not bring OSHA into our public sector workplaces. The same folks that inspect now will be inspecting once these standards are in place. I would say that the state of Maine and the state of Massachusetts adopted the OSHA standards some years ago and then concluded years later that we think we'd be better off having a state plan. Might that happen down the road here? Maybe, but it doesn't have to. And essentially, we will simply have a much more complete set of safety standards. And with that, I think I'll end my testimony and take any questions that might be out there. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Just for the record for people, the 1910 is just a numerical number in the law. It's not the 1910 year information that we're adopting here.
Thank you.
Because that's what I thought they were talking about at first. So, are there any questions for the representative? Seeing none, thank you very much. I do have a representative, Perez, but I need to ask her to hold. We're going to have Assistant Commissioner Ogden. I know he has to vacate the premises soon, so. All right, Mr. Ogden, nice to see you again.
Nice to see you. Thank you, Rudy Ogden, Department of Labor. Representative Sullivan did a great job of putting the information out there. A couple things that we wanted to make sure were touched upon because questions have come up. Clearly, this is not in any way replacing or supplanting what's presently happening with private employers. So private employers would still be governed and covered by OSHA through the U.S. Department of Labor. I understand there were some questions that came up relative to that. The department's authority relative to enforce safety standards for employees comes from two places. In RSA 277. And if you look at RSA 277 in terms of 1B, that's the definitional section, which makes pretty clear that what we're talking about is the state or its political subdivision. So just to clarify, this is not in any way interrupting, interfering, or supplanting what's happening relative to the U.S. Department of Labor and its enforcement of OSHA standards on private employers. The other thing that I wanted to touch upon, and Representative Sullivan did a great job of introducing it, is folks have come up and said, so presently what is happening? The general duty clause is a very real thing. And what I mean by that is if we do come across safety concerns, it's not as if we just say there's not an existing standard, so it is entirely ignored. Instead, what we would look at is LAB 1403. It's a labor regulation, which basically is resultant from our enforcement authority under RSA 277. Which allows the department to say employers in the public sector should be providing safe employment and there should be safeguards in place in order to ensure that their workplaces are safe. Through that, we have a general duty clause where we're able to say to employers, that is not safe, that does not seem safe and subject to standard. I will acknowledge that the general duties clause is not the most beneficial enforcement mechanism in the sense of you have to, for every time you cite and use the general duty clause, you are then coming from a position where you have to establish that what you're providing is a standard and it is accepted. So that is something where oftentimes I will say our inspectors already look to OSHA standards or they look to generally industry accepted standards. And from that, they try and extrapolate what a reasonable general duty clause standard would be. I would acknowledge the department has to do a better job on safety. This is something that was highlighted some years ago where people talked about the thoroughness of our inspections, the work in terms of what went into reports. I'm happy to report that I think we are doing a better job, but we need to continue to do a better job. And that, whether this passes or not, is something we will work towards. And we are working towards that relative to training and also recruitment. When we worked with the study committee over the summer, there were questions about how this would impact the department operations in terms of hiring or additional staff needed. When this was looked at or presented as coming in being a full OSHA state plan, we had talked of having upwards of an additional 6 positions. I want to be clear that we were talking about hiring an additional 6 staff. 4 of those individuals were specifically going to be working with the consultancy program. Not to get too far in the weeds, but if you're an OSHA state plan, you actually have to set up and establish a consultancy program for the benefit of employers. We envisioned if we set up that consultancy program, we would hire 3 additional inspectors who would not do field inspections, but would just be working on a consultancy basis. Additionally, we envisioned putting in place administrative support for that consultancy program. Consultancy programs are a good thing. Consultancy programs are something we might think about, again, no matter what happens here. But because this is no longer saying you're going to be an OSHA state plan and you need that, we do not anticipate pursuing those positions presently. The other, if we're talking about 6 positions total, the other positions we were talking about was an additional field inspector. Historically, at least in my time or tenure with the department, we've always had 2 field inspectors wholly dedicated to performing safety inspections. We anticipated hiring a third. We have done that in the sense of we have put a position in place. We are recruiting for that. We presently have 2 safety inspectors. We are trying to hire a third. I understand some folks might say, well, that's only one additional inspector, but I would say when you only had 2, adding a third is a significant enhancement of the services we're offering. So we hope that works towards, again, regardless of what happens with this bill. Other things that have come up as questions to the department as people have said, well, is this going to be hard for the cities and towns? I do think that there are instances in which cities and towns will have difficulties. I do think that when these standards are set out there and made clear, again, as Representative Sullivan referenced, there's a lot there. And I imagine that there are some cities and towns that are not up to standard. And in those instances, there would be work that would have to be done. There would be costs. Folks have asked, can we quantify that cost? The department, unfortunately, we're not in a position to say what this would cost each individual city and town in the state. Additionally, there'd be added costs and effort that the state itself would have to put forward. Each state agency, as a public employer, would have to make sure that they were up to standard. I will say, in having talked with some agencies feel that they are there, but again, it would have to be something that would then be looked at. We've had the question come up, would there be some type of grace period or some type of, easing into this? If this were to pass, these would be the standards. These are the standards that we would hold employers to. I would say that I don't imagine us departing from our existing practice. And our existing practice is when we do a safety inspection, absent some type of immediate need for injunctive relief or immediate, okay, this is a life or death and something needs to stop in the immediate, we presently provide employers with a remediation period. We understand that cities and towns and public employers, they have to work within a budget process, and that's not to say that safety, that cost shouldn't be safety that's pursued. It is to say, though, that we understand those practical realities, and that's why, again, our inspections are typically followed with a remediation period where what we're saying to the employer is, listen, we have identified certain things that are not to standard. What is your plan to come to standard? And it has to be reasonable. And that's not to say that we let someone say, okay, we'll do it in 4 years. That is to say that we are looking for them to come up with a reasonable plan. But I want to be plain that there would not be some overarching, at least as presently put in place. When this became effective, those would be the effective standards that would be enforceable. We're happy to answer any other questions. Again, this is something that we acknowledge. It is an increase in the safety standards. The policy of the department is that we do, and when I say the policy of the department in speaking on legislative matters is that we do not drive or attempt to drive or dictate policy. We entirely defer to the legislature to come up with what they want to do, and we will enforce that. If this were to pass, it would be added effort on our parts. Again, we've already taken some steps, and whether this passes or not, we will continue to pursue improvements in this vein. So we're happy to take any questions that folks may have.
Thank you for your testimony. Do you have any questions for Representative Colgan?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for taking my question. Just for clarification for me in understanding this, currently in a private business, I'm going to use HVAC as an example. We go up on a roof to work on the HVAC equipment. We have to have some sort of fall protection or guardrail, side rail at the private industry, according to the OSHA standards. So are you saying that currently if a public entity, so if a town was doing their own service maintenance on their HVAC on their buildings, that they don't have to follow that same guideline? They don't have to put on fall protection or put up a side rail or any sort of protection to keep them from falling from the roof?
They certainly would not have to follow OSHA's standards. I would say there are existing New Hampshire standards. As Representative Sullivan indicated, if you look at RSA 277, there are very limited explicitly stated standards. Additionally, LAB 1400, that's our administrative regulations resultant from RSA 277. The 1400 rules, as we call them, do have certain standards in place. They do have standards in place relative to guardrails. They do have standards in place relative to scaffolding and tying off and things of that nature. I would acknowledge they are not as exhaustive or expansive as what OSHA has. And to be clear, no, the city or town would not have to specifically follow OSHA. They would be following what we have, with the caveat that if they have nothing on that, we would perhaps look and say, okay, what is the general duty of are they meeting their general duty of safe standards? At which point we might look to what OSHA offers. But yes, they would not have to presently follow OSHA as it stands today.
Any additional questions for the presenter? Seeing none, thank you very much. I'd like to call State Representative Perez, please. Welcome to the Labor Committee.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, members of the committee. My name is State Representative Maria Perez. I'm a state representative from District 43, Milford, New Hampshire. I'm here in support of HB 232. I'm certified OSHA. I took the training in various industries. I even took the certification with my husband, who's an electrician. This is critical for us to pass it. Why? Because this is going to save cities and towns for accidents to happen with public workers. Like someone said it before, previously, a lot of the public workers did not cover under the OSHA certification the same way as the private sector. It is critical for us to think about this as a way to save towns, cities and towns money when someone have an accident. Accidents can happen. Like someone say, an electrician can get electrocuted because someone forgot to finish the work, or someone left some wires on the, not covered with electrical tape, or some type of incident like that. So I think it is critical for us to think about this bill. It's a way to protect the public workers, and it's a way to help our communities to save money in the long term. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak up on this bill.
Thank you. Do you have any questions for the representative? Seeing none, thank you very much,
Thank you.
Representative. I'd like to call Joyce Pittman from DAS to the witness stand. Raise your right hand. Swear in the Bible. I'm sorry, I don't know what DAS is.
DAS is the Department of Administrative Services, also known as the state as an employer, a public employer. So my name is Joyce Pittman, and I am the Director of Risk and Benefits over at DAS, and I'm here to provide information about what this bill means from the perspective of a public employer. I think that Assistant Commissioner Ogden made some very valid points as for what it means for us as an employer to come into compliance with these standards. Back in 2020, there was House Bill 1171 that also referenced a similar requirement to comply with OSHA. I think it was more making us an OSHA state. This one is really having DOL be the, I'll say the overarching standards provider, but an inspector. Just to give you some background on DAS, we have one employee who is our loss control consultant, and he assists all state agencies with their efforts to comply with the general duty standards, as well as all of those LAB 1400 and RSA 277 rules that are out there currently today. Each agency, depending upon what their business is, their safety staffing varies. I think it's safe to say that a general office environment doesn't have the same safety personnel involved as, say, the Department of Transportation, just by the nature of their work. But they are required to comply with those safety standards. We assist them. We also assist them with their JLMC, which is a Joint Loss Management Committee, and the formulation of those to make sure that they're reviewing any type of incident that happens and how we can do preventative things to prevent the accident or the injury. And then also from a workers' comp standpoint, if an injury has happened, what could we do to prevent that from happening again? So we're looking at it from both sides with each of the agencies as individuals. The comments that Assistant Commissioner Ogden said about the implementation of such a program, our role would be to be reaching out with those different agencies to figure out where are they in the compliance efforts to meet these 1910 rules, and what work needs to be done. And the comparison will be different, as he said, with the different agencies. Some are closer than others. How do we get them there? So it's our role, and Commissioner Ogden also referenced consultancy programs. Those are consultancy programs to help an agency figure out, you know, you're close, you're not there yet, maybe this, maybe that, but we have to get them to that baseline to make them into compliance with that and reach out to those agencies. What we don't know is the time and money involved in doing that. And I don't want to reiterate his testimony, but I can't stress enough what that means to different agencies. They may need to have staff hired. They may need to have an independent consultant come in and assist them just to get them to that baseline, so then we can actually take advantage of the New Hampshire Department of Labor consultancy program. But there are a lot of cost implications taken into consideration. So I just want to throw that out there so that that's on the radar as well, because this legislation, when passed, it becomes the standard where we have to get. So it's a state mandate. We have to be there, and we haven't even really begun to do that transition. I am happy to answer any questions.
Representative McKenzie.
Excuse me, based on what you just said, you already have a group of people who are in place, correct, that are looking at the current environment for safety, and they must be guided by something. So they're not making this up. So there must be standards that they have been guided by already. And so how is it that this would be that much more of an issue if you already have a program in place, you have people in place that are responsible for the enforcement?
It's what Assistant Commissioner Ogden was pointing out. So we currently comply with the RSA 277 as well as the LAB 1400 rules. Those are the safety standards that are in place today. When you do a side-by-side comparison, and I didn't actually get to see what you saw, which was, I heard blue highlights and the variances between. So it's, I don't remember if you said it's the blue stuff is good, which means we're already in compliance, and the non-blue stuff is where we need to be. As a state, we haven't done that assessment with our individual agencies. So there's the OSHA standards are more stringent, more, I'll say elaborate. So that general duty standard, what they're saying is that some of that you should just know, but the OSHA standards actually spell them out. You must do A, B, C, D. It's more black and white from that standpoint.
Thank you. I was going to ask a question, and it just dawned on me that I'm a co-sponsor, and I probably shouldn't be sitting here in this chair right now. So I'm going to sit back with everybody else and let the Vice Chairman take the rest of the hearing.
So next up, I'd like to call Margaret Burns, representing New Hampshire Municipal Association, in opposition to the bill.
Good afternoon. My name is Margaret Burns. I'm the Executive Director of the New Hampshire Municipal Association, and we are here this afternoon in opposition to House Bill 232. Public sector employees in New Hampshire have not been subjected to OSHA standards since its inception in 1971. In 1994, public sector employees were required to comply with the rules you've heard about previously, LAB 1400, which are essentially boiled down, simplified version of the OSHA standards. House Bill 232 would repeal some of the state statutes with respect to safety, RSA Chapter 277, and would require all public sector employees to comply with the 1910 rules. So this, of course, would include cities and towns as well as the state of New Hampshire. Our opposition is based on the significant increase in costs that would be incurred to bring cities and towns up to compliance with these new rules and standards. Some of the testimony that you heard previously from DAS about the need to do an assessment, potentially hire a consultant, potentially bring on more staff for internally for cities and towns, all of that would, or for the state of New Hampshire, all of that would apply to municipalities as well. And while the fiscal note does reference that there would be effects on local expenditures at the city town level, the county level, as well as the state, the fiscal note really focuses on the needs at the state level to hire additional staff in order to implement these rules. But there's really no detailed look at what the costs might be for cities and towns in order to get up to compliance and then comply with the 1910 rules. I also wanted to note that in the committee's report, which this bill is based off of, part of what the report states is that there was a mandate on the committee to speak with municipal officials to understand the impact. And I just wanted to note it's not clear to me which municipalities, which municipal officials gave input and gave information on what it would look like to come into compliance, really to take a look at the local level, see where they're at, and see what those needs would be. There is some reference in the committee's report that OSHA provides up to 50% of state implementation, but I believe because this is not a bill looking to create a state plan, this is instead a bill to adopt the 1910 standards, that funding would not come into play for New Hampshire in this circumstance, but I know I could be wrong about that. The other point I wanted to make was with regard to timing of the bill. The final committee report referenced that other states that have gone this route have taken about 3 to 5 years to implement. And the recommendation was that moving immediately on the creation and implementation of the OSHA state plan for public sector employees was a larger step than we were prepared to take at this point. The commitment of several years of back and forth with Region 1 seemed like too large a task to take on now. I'm concerned, therefore, that this bill, House Bill 232, would have no transition period, as I take it, sort of no grace period before the implementation of the rules come into effect, and instead would come into effect 60 days from passage, really giving no time to appreciate, both from the local budget perspective as well as from the staffing and internal compliance perspective, what it takes to get us to where we need to be. So for these reasons, primarily based on cost and staffing and these implications, NHMA is opposed to House Bill 232 as written.
Thank you very much. If we wanted to get more of a handle on what that cost would be at the municipal level, what could you tell us that might help us get there?
I think that certainly we know there would be significant costs, but what could be helpful would be to look at different types of cities and towns, as well as at the counties, to appreciate where they're at, what they have for internal staff right now that deal with safety and compliance, and what they would project they would need in order to come into compliance with this very new set of rules. And I just don't have a sense of whether that input has been sought out yet to help in understanding the implications of this bill.
All right, thank you. Clerk?
Hi, thank you for your testimony. I understand you have it typed. As the clerk, I'd like to request a copy of it for the committee.
I have my notes typed. I would be happy to send them to the committee in an email after the fact, if that would be okay.
Great. And I did also have a question. It's sort of the
Go
other
ahead.
side of the pancake of your question. Does the municipal association keep track of the increase needed for workers' compensation claims because of accidents and any additional costs because of deaths at the municipal level? Because I know that definitely has happened.
That's a great question. And frankly, it was an excellent point about if we increase safety rules, will we also decrease future accidents and future costs down the line? And that may be true down the line, but right now I'm looking at the costs of getting cities and towns up to speed on where they need to be. Unfortunately, we don't track that information, and HMA does not provide workers' comp insurance or other types of insurance, so we would not have that information about those costs.
Other questions? Representative Leclerc.
Thank you. Excuse me. So you said you follow a set of rules that are like just convoluted to the basic OSHA rules. How far a span is it? I mean, would it be that difficult to just fill in the gaps and get you up to that speed? It seems to me if you're already following some safety rules that it shouldn't be, too far apart where you would have to spend a ton of money to get caught up.
So that's correct. The cities and towns currently follow LAB 1400, which admittedly not being an expert in safety rules, and I won't sit up here and pretend to be, I understand them to be really just a boiled down version of the 1910 rules that we're talking about. And so while they are sort of generally follow those rules, there are significant differences between them. And I think one of the key differences is that the rules that we have right now for the public sector, they do provide some flexibility in recognition that the public sector is different than the private sector in its internal capacity and staffing, not in its need to be safe and protect its employees, but internally with regard to staffing and budgeting and money, there is a vast difference between the private sector and the public sector. And I think that's a piece of why the rules are a little more flexible.
Well, thank you. So just going off what Representative asked you earlier about the savings, I mean, ultimately you'd probably be saving on your insurances and things like that. So would maybe they'd offset over time, obviously. I mean, initially it might be some cost, but I imagine over time it's going to even level out or even save in the long run.
It is possible. I wish I could make that projection because it would be helpful in this conversation, but I don't know that for certain. I do think that certainly there may be some municipalities who would see this as positive, but I think those would potentially be the municipalities who sort of maybe the outliers who have much more significant staff than some of our teeny towns around the state with very limited staff.
All right, thank you.
Representative McKenzie.
If I'm characterizing this wrong, let me know, please. There seems to be kind of a patchwork of enforcement, different applications of safety standards throughout the state, different towns, different maybe investments of resources into that whole safety perspective. So Tom, do you think there is some merit in having a standard for all public sector workers in the state that we move towards, as opposed to this kind of patchwork of enforcement of the current laws?
That's a great question. I guess the way that I see what we currently have, LAB 1400, we don't necessarily have a patchwork of different rules for different municipalities, but from what I've heard in testimony earlier, this good, I'm going to forget it even though it's been said, this general duty standard that sort of fills in that gap potentially could create some differences among the scenarios in different cities and towns, right? It's a little bit more flexible of a rule rather than a hard line black and white rule. So I don't think we have a patchwork in the rules, but I do agree with your comment that we have a difference among different cities and towns about how much investment they may be making at this level, simply because of competing budget demands as well as overall budget, as well as property tax revenue and other revenue and all the things that go into creating what the municipality has for a budget in order to carry out policy.
One quick follow-up question.
Follow up.
So is it the opinion of the association that public employees, and I don't want to put words in your mouth, but the idea of adopting a standard that would be central, that would be across the board and applied across the board to every city and town, is it the position of the municipal association that that standardized kind of application of rules and regulations is not in the best interest of public sector workers?
Not necessarily. We do have a very specific policy, for example, on statewide zoning mandates, because zoning and land use is a historically local control regulated area. So we would, for example, in that area, oppose statewide standards that take away local authority. But what we're talking about here, no, we don't have sort of an across the board policy that any kind of centralized statewide standard is bad. What this touches on, however, is the state creating a new centralized state standard and not recognizing or not appropriating any funds or support for the cities and towns to come up to that new state centralized standard. And the other piece of this that means is I'm unclear where even the funds for the state to implement the program, because House Bill 232, I don't believe, is an appropriation bill. So that would be the other side of this. Will there be an appropriation made? Is it a separate bill? Is it in the state budget to carry out the implementation and these changes?
Follow up.
The responsibility of you, I think, if you approach us and you suggest that this is going to be a cost, I would like to see you quantify that and provide some evidence to the committee that in the cases of the application of the standard that there would be, that you could identify throughout the state of New Hampshire specifically where this where what you're saying is accurate. Thank you.
Representative Cahill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. I understand your concern about the uncertainty with the money that may or may not be involved. You don't know until you start doing it, and it could be a lot less or it could be a lot more, and perhaps then there will be some appetite for an appropriation to address this. But I'm concerned that with what you have now as the Lab 14 and various interpretations of that, we're here, I think, because of an incident that happened a few years ago, and a young woman came to us and told us about the loss of her father. And I don't know if those lab rules were there to protect him, or perhaps they were insufficient or misinterpreted. Is this something we should be pursuing and hopefully let the dollars fall where they may?
From my position as the director of the association, it is my responsibility to point out if a new state law will change standards that increase costs for cities and towns, and to bring that to the attention of legislators. So that's what I'm doing, and I'm recognizing that on behalf of the cities and towns of New Hampshire. I am aware of that situation, and I am not here to suggest that safety is not important for the public sector.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony. Next up, I'd like to recognize Susie Nord, representing National COSH, speaking in support of the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you to the committee for allowing me this opportunity to speak. My name is Susie Nord, and I work for the National Council on Occupational Safety and Health. And if the previous speaker was here to talk to you about this bill from the perspective of employers, I'm here to tell you a little bit about this bill from the perspective of employees, specifically one employee who the Representative Cahill mentioned. His name was Tom Wooten, and he worked for the Northfield Department of Public Works. And please bear with me, because normally his daughter is the person who does the speaking on this bill. However, she passed away last year unexpectedly. And so I'm nervous and emotional and frankly a little bit angry because um, what this family has paid is being broken down into taxpayer dollars. There's no doubt about it, because what happened was Tom Wooten was asked to do something ridiculously unsafe because his employer didn't want to pay to do it safely. So what happened? Northfield had a tractor trailer, the back end of a tractor trailer that they move twice a year. Rather than paying $500, $250 to put that onto a truck and take it where it needed to go, they used their Department of Public Works employees and 2 front loaders, and they carried it between the front loaders with flaggers. Tom Wooten was a flagger. The trailer slipped. Tom Wooten tried to steady it, and he was literally crushed between the trailer and the front loader. And that's what happens to public employees when you allow these ridiculous concerns about $500 being too much for the taxpayers to pay. I guarantee you that Tom Wooten's family has paid well more than $500. I'm sorry. I really get upset about this because I know this family. I met them in 2017 when I worked for our local New Hampshire affiliate, the New Hampshire Coalition for Occupational Safety and Health. Every year on Workers' Memorial Day, I've seen some of you at the dinner. We have a dinner to commemorate and recognize the sacrifices of not just public sector workers, but all workers who are killed on the job. And we know that most on the job, I don't want to call them accidents because they're not, they're preventable. They are tragedies, and largely preventable tragedies. You know what the town of Northfield did as soon as Tom died? They sent all of their employees to OSHA 10 training. Wouldn't it be interesting if they had had that training before? Where would the Wooten family be today? I understand that there is cost associated for the towns, and I want you to remember there is cost associated for the employees. There is very little in state statute that says that the employers have to provide personal protective equipment the way they do for the private sector employees. Is it there? You guys have the list, the blue and black and red list. Safety goggles, steel-toed boots, protective coverings if they're dealing with hazardous chemicals. There's all kinds of protections that workers need, and employers may or may not provide them. Town can't afford that, maybe next year. So they're buying them for themselves. You know, I worked for a company, I had no idea that the PPE was required. I worked for a company in the 90s. I was in human resources, and one of my jobs was to reimburse people for their safety glasses and their boots. And I thought, wow, that's really great that we do that. Shows we care about our people. This would say that the state of New Hampshire cares about our people. And this isn't just a couple people, it's like 15% of the workforce in New Hampshire that would be covered by this. That means that's 15% of the workforce in New Hampshire who may not be covered right now. Now, I know different towns and cities do different things. Concord, I've talked to people who work for Concord, they're pretty good. They have things. Sometimes if the public sector workers are covered by a bargaining unit, they put it right in their contract that they want certain protections. So it's a patchwork. And first of all, the Department of Labor, which does have jurisdiction to at least oversee it, that was something that Sam Wooten, the daughter of Tom, was able to get the state to put into statute in 2019. However, for the Department of Labor to actually know what standards these people are having, the different towns have, and what's in place and what they can do. And really, is the Department of Labor supposed to go, can you afford to do the right thing by your employees so then they don't cite them? I mean, at a certain point, how much is a person's life worth? This says that public sector employees should be equally protected to private sector employees. Nothing more, nothing less. And if the towns aren't doing it now, then they're doing their employees a disservice. They're doing your constituents a disservice. And I heartily, heartily beg you to consider this a floor, not a ceiling, because within the health and safety, workplace health and safety industry, OSHA standards are floors. They're not a ceiling. This isn't a high standard for people. This isn't saying go above and beyond what is needed. This is saying do the bare minimum that we know will keep people alive and healthy. 5,000 people a year die at work. That's 10 a week, more than one a day. Tens of thousands are injured, and I've heard estimates as high as 100,000 a year die from workplace illnesses like mesothelioma or black lung or things like that. This is, and truthfully, it's 100 times better than it was before there were standards. So if you think, well, it doesn't really matter, they're not going to help, it does help. Having the standards helps. It makes people think about safety. It creates a culture of safety, and all of this builds into better workplaces, better culture in the workplace, lower turnover, healthier people. And these are your constituents, these are our neighbors, these are our friends, sometimes they're our family. So I support this, and I really, really, really hope that you will too.
Thank you
And I
very
have
much.
written testimony.
Thank you. Any questions? Yes.
Thank you for taking my question. Do you have a sense or have any statistics on what the cost differential is for a municipality or any entity to pay preventive costs to train workers, et cetera, versus those in like what the town of Northfield probably encountered after Tom Wooten's passing? You know, the rising cost of workers' comp and death benefit payouts. Would you happen to have any statistics on that that would be helpful?
I don't have any statistics on that. I do know that when the committee that brought this bill forward was considering the state plan, the whole consultancy program that is not in this bill would have been the part of the what was being considered that supports the cities in town. It creates a consultant for them to use. So this doesn't have that. So there is an associated cost. For example, when Northfield sent everybody to OSHA 10 training, there are places that do trainings. I think New Hampshire, our New Hampshire affiliate, has done trainings for public employers. Periodically, I think they've done some hazardous material training for town safety people. But no, there's a cost. There is. Again, I think the employees at least probably are like, yeah, I'd pay it. They're paying for their own protective equipment if they don't get it, or, you know, they're putting their lives at risk sometimes.
Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony. And
Thank you for letting me speak. I appreciate it.
Just pass that out. Thank you. Next up, I'd like to invite Kate Horgan, who is speaking for the New Hampshire Association of Counties in opposition to the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Kate Horgan. I'm representing the New Hampshire Association of Counties. I don't spend a lot of time in front of this committee, so just to cover who we represent all your elected and appointed officials. All 10 counties are a member of our association. The association has very strong concerns about this bill and the costs that would be associated with it. Now, that's not to say we are not concerned about employee safety. It is quite the opposite. However, you will notice in my letter that is coming around a quick list that the Hillsborough County Nursing Home Administrator pulled together of things that would need to be updated or changed, or additional trainings that would need to happen just in the nursing homes alone, but would likely apply to all other departments in your county governments. I will also remind you that you all sit as members of your delegation on county government. You will see these costs. I cannot put a specific number on that just because we don't collect that information. We could probably try and do an estimate, but each county is different. I will say some departments are probably closer than others. Your nursing home is highly regulated by the county or by the federal government as well as your county correctional facilities. If nothing else, the association would like to point out that the timeline on this bill is unattainable, and we would recommend at least a 3-year lead-in period if you were to pass this bill. I will conclude my testimony at this point, but if you have any questions, I'm pleased to take them.
Thank you very much. Are there questions? Yes, the clerk.
Thank you. I want to make sure I understood what you were saying. Do you have a sense of the costs that the counties need to pay for workplace accidents now, or any rises in benefit costs, death benefits, etc.?
Thank you for the question, Representative. We do not collect that information. That would probably be a more appropriate question for Primex, who is the insurer for all the counties, but we do not collect that information.
Further questions? Representative McKenzie.
Thank you. Excuse me, I'll ask you the same question I asked the Municipal Association as it relates to any evidence that you might have, any comparison you've done that would show what this would cost local communities, given that there are programs currently in place or standards in place, there's stuff going on. So is this an argument that you're making, or are you presenting evidence to the committee?
Thank you, Representative, for the question. I do not have any specific data. I am happily to go back to the counties and ask them if they could put a dollar figure on it, but I'm not sure that they would be able to, not knowing how long, it's going to take to update a particular program and procedure manual. That's going to cost time and labor for someone to do that. It may take, 10 minutes in one county. It could take a different amount of time in another county. So I think it's going to vary from county to county.
Representative Colcom.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Very simple question. Do you have another copy of this letter that I may have one more copy?
I'm sorry, Representative, that's not my letter,
Oh,
so I do not.
Apologize.
That's okay.
Thank you.
Mine looks like this. Okay.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you.
I have one final card for this bill. If you were planning to speak and I do not have your card, make sure I get one. And this is City Councilor Karen from Lebanon, speaking in support of the bill. What? Oh, that's, so, yes, I am sorry. The address line has your last name, Leot Hill.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Karen Leo Hill. I'm a city councilor for 18 years in the city of Lebanon and the former mayor. I didn't put it on the card, I'm also a 6-year county official serving as the treasurer of Grafton County. I'm here in support of the bill, and I will try to make my testimony brief in recognition of the time. Let's be very clear. We're talking about safety of workplace conditions, and what we have heard is that public sector safety conditions are not the same as private sector conditions. In fact, all of the evidence, all of the testimony, because there hasn't actually been evidence, but all of the testimony offered so far by the Department of Administrative Services, by the Municipal Association, and by the County Association is in fact evidence of the deficiency of the current public sector workplace standards. Any evidence that they provide, so far they have offered arguments about infinite costs, which in fact suggests that the current workplace conditions for public sector employees are in fact infinitely lower than the private sector in New Hampshire. I think that is a sad state of affairs. I'm not actually here to talk to you about the principle of the matter, although I think that in principle, it's reasonable for people who sign up to work for their governments are going to be treated fairly, at least as fairly as the private sector. I'm here to talk to you about something very practical. We face a workplace crisis in New Hampshire in the public sector, across all sectors, in fact, but over nearly 2 decades, I have seen this firsthand, that at the municipal level, it is extremely difficult to find people to work in many of our departments. And part of that is because we expect a lot from our public sector employees. They work in very dangerous jobs under very dangerous conditions. We have people who have to engage with very dangerous chemicals, who operate our water and sewer treatment systems. We have people operating heavy equipment under very dangerous weather conditions. We ask a lot of our public sector employees, and they have options. People oftentimes have to seek significant education, licensing. They have to spend their own money to become qualified for jobs. And what I would suggest to you is that this bill is one way to equalize the workplace issues between the public sector and the private sector, so that when people are looking at job opportunities, there is not an advantage to working in the private sector versus the public sector because of safety conditions. So I would just conclude by saying that I think having clarity of standards is helpful not just to employees, but it's also helpful to employers. In cities, there are only 13 of us, and yes, we are very fortunate to have significant staff and professionals who are able to work with us on a lot of these things. But in small communities, can you imagine what it is like for the select board in the town of, was it Northfield? Those people feel a sense of responsibility for the death of someone who was under their employment. People sign up in New Hampshire. We have a wonderful tradition of local control and government at the local level. But these are volunteers who are not experts in workplace hazards and conditions. And having this type of clarity of standards helps to make sure that people who sign up to serve in local office have some guidance to make sure that they are providing a safe workplace environment for the people who work for the people of their community. So I'm here in support of this bill, and I think that it is not just a matter of principle, but it's also a matter of practical. We need people to sign up and raise their hands to work in local government and county government. I didn't even mention that. We have people in county government who are responsible for corrections, who are responsible for people at the very end of their lives. It's important for all of our public sector employees to be protected, and it's important for all of our public sector employers to have guidance on what those standards should be. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony. I want to ask the question that we asked a couple of the previous people who were up. Certainly if there's a change to the law, there's a reaction that has to be made. Some examples given were rewriting policy, rewriting manuals, revising education. From your perspective, do you have any way of quantifying that cost?
That's a very good question. I think it would be very different in the city of Lebanon than it would be for a small town, maybe in Grafton County. I could think of maybe the town of Orange, which would be significantly smaller. So I think it would really vary from community to community. But I also know that we have a lot of really great organizations in the state, and that there would be a lot of resources available to cities and towns, and public schools as well, because I understand that they also are public sector employees. So I am confident that there are significant resources available that would minimize the cost to local taxpayers.
All right, thank you. Other questions? Representative McKenzie.
Thank you. In your community, do you hire people from the outside to do, for instance, road work for you? Private contractors?
From time to time, yes, we do.
Follow-up question? So private contractors are working in your community, and are they covered by OSHA?
That is my understanding.
Follow-up question?
Follow-up.
So the public sector workers that are working alongside them are working on the street in another part of the street. Is it your understanding they're not covered by OSHA?
That is correct,
Thank
my understanding.
Further questions? Seeing none?
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. That was the last card that I had. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak?
Mr. Chairman, I would like, if we could, to have the sponsor come back up and answer, I'd like to ask him a question, Mr. Sullivan.
Certainly.
As long as it's an easy one.
Yeah, no, it's, so if I understand it, there was some question about the committee and the outreach that was done by the committee, and I think, if I understood it right, that the municipal association, and I don't want to state it for them, but were they involved? Was everybody that was supposed to be at the table at the table?
The committee actually got paused during the summer for the months of July and August. We were not aware that, well, the speaker's rule was statutory committees can continue to meet, but other committees could not. Since this committee was set up by a bill, I thought it was statutory. We thought it was statutory. It was not. So I was informed by the clerk that we had to stop meeting. So we probably would have involved more people if we'd had July and August to do that. I do, I do know that Representative Avalani has been, had concerns about the small towns and such, and has been in touch with, he lives up north, and has a lot of small towns that he works with. And he's been communicating with them on this bill. And the feedback he's gotten is they say, as soon as he tells them that it's still just our Department of Labor that's going to be doing the enforcement, it's not going to be OSHA, they say, that's fine. We're fine with enhanced standards as long as it's still our Department of Labor that's going to be doing the enforcement. I would also point out that our Department of Labor is not highly punitive. They work with employers all the time. So if they came in and they found that, that there are standards that needed to be, or not standards, but conditions that needed to be adjusted to meet the standards, they don't come down with both feet and start fining and punishing. They basically say, this needs to be addressed. 4 years ago, when I put my first bill in, there was a question raised about unfunded mandates. And essentially, enforcing the current safety standards can result in unfunded mandates, forcing towns or other public employers to improve, to pay some type of money in order to enhance their standards or enhance their conditions. And what the department would typically do is they'd say, we know we can't mandate you to spend money now, but we'll work with you. The safety standards are important. You need to adhere to them. But if you need to go another budget cycle before you can put in this lighting or whatever is needed, we'll work with you on that. And here's what we'd like you to do to mitigate in the meantime, to make sure that the conditions are as safe as possible, but the ultimate adjustment might be delayed a little bit simply because that's the way that department works. It is not dishing out $2,500 fines willy-nilly just because they can. They work with employers.
Any other easy questions for this Representative Colcom?
I'm not going to make that promise. Thank you for allowing the question. And listening to all of this, the different thoughts through my head, one being we're telling the private sector, do as I say, not as I do when it comes to the public sector. But I do want to ask, is this bill violating Article 28A?
That was the issue I was just addressing. And essentially, one could argue that enforcing our current safety standards might violate 28A. But the department gets around it by being flexible, being helpful to employers, and essentially this would make our workplaces safer, but it wouldn't wouldn't make our Department of Labor any more punitive.
Follow up?
I'm sorry, maybe I'm not understanding that, so I apologize. I wasn't so much speaking of the punitive part for the violations. I was speaking more from the beginning as far as ramping up and getting all of the safety gear and implementing the requirements needed for them to be in compliance with what the private sector is doing today.
I don't believe so.
Representative Baruti.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We've heard a few questions about cost. Well, what would it cost a small town or city, or I might have asked the city councilor if she had a case, but what would the savings be if we prevented an injury? Workers' comp cases can go into the hundreds of thousands of dollars. And if a $2,000 safety feature would save a huge workers' comp case, that's not a cost, that's a savings. Would you agree? Did you talk to anybody that might have information on something like that?
Part of what the study committee did do is we invited OSHA, the Boston office of OSHA. We met remotely, but they had, I think, five members of their staff who came, and they were adamant that when safety standards are improved, when workplace safety improves, money is always saved. They've done multiple studies on this, and they have found that improving safety saves money. And I think someone earlier said that they're worried about short-term impacts. I think this bill looks to long-term impacts. This is a long-term effort to improve worker safety for public sector workers, and knowing how the Department of Labor works, they will help people get there. And once we're there, the state will be a safer place.
Thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you for coming up again, and I will close the hearing on this bill.
There will be a subcommittee on this bill, and the members will be Representative Avalani, Representative Sullivan, Representative Susi, and Representative Colcom. In the subcommittee, I would appreciate if you could meet no more than twice for probably 2 hours each time, to allow people to get more specific onto some of the concerns they may or may not have on the bill. Yes. Yeah.
I did. Yes.
Have any cards for 150?
The sponsor is here. I have to be a co-sponsor. He doesn't know me yet.
Okay.
There we go. It's like you heard us or something.
Do you,
I can hear you.
you won't, you're welcome to stay here if you're not
I'm
gonna.
not asking a question.
Okay.
This is a bipartisan bill too.
You think so?
If that matters.
You think so?
It is.
You think so?
I don't think it's a Democrat, is it?
I don't know.
Is this on the air? Are we on?
Yes, we are.
Oh, well.
I'm going to open the hearing on House Bill 150 and call the sponsor, Representative Mike Bordes. Bordes, how do you pronounce that, sir? Bordes. Welcome.
Good day, members of the committee and Mr. Chairman. I'm here today to introduce House Bill 150. This is really a simple bill. It reduces the minimum number of employees required to certify a collective bargaining unit from 10 to 5. This is a bipartisan bill. We have an equal amount of Democrats and Republicans as sponsors on this bill. The bill is important because recruitment and retention is currently at an all-time low for many of our fire services, police services, and such, which I know you're all aware of. This bill would give firefighters, EMTs, and other public employees a seat at the table to negotiate fair wages amongst them, as well as their working conditions, hours, which subsequently will make careers in public safety more attractive for people to come on board and sign up. The professional firefighters offer services and resources that are available to members, including but not limited to peer support, supplemental retirement, supplemental health insurance, financial support for families of fallen firefighters, legal support, and retirement assistance. Firefighters tend to not become members if they cannot certify a collective bargaining unit. This also pertains to other local services in your municipalities and such. It's just a basic bill cutting the number required from 10 to 5. Now, there's some misinterpretations of what this does. It does not remove their ability for Public Employee Labor Relations Board to consider the effect of forming any particular unit on the efficiency of government operations under RSA 273A-1:1. It does not change any other requirements for determining a bargaining unit. It would not create significant financial burden on cities and towns, as the impact of bargaining with smaller units would have minimal impact on their finances. The current requirement of 10 members is just an arbitrary number. Pardon my slurring. One of those days I've been shoveling all morning like most of you, so I'm still sweating from it. I mean, honestly, this is just a pretty basic bill, reducing the number from 10 to 5, as I said numerous times. And it makes common sense with the recruitment and retention issues we're having. Pretty simple, basic explanation of the bill.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions for the representative? Mr. Representative McKenzie.
Thank you. Are you familiar with the number of employees needed in the private sector to organize a union?
I do not know that exact number off the top of my head. I apologize.
It's 2.
Do. Okay, so in the okay, yeah.
And
Any additional questions? I have a question. I asked research to explain to me when the last time this was changed and why. So my understanding was in the 70s, this bill was 10 individuals. It was moved to 5 sometime in well, I can't seem to find my email. You're shaking your head at me. And do you have that? Please. I have so many emails in my legislative box here. I can't find it. I apologize. I was supposed to look at it while I was sitting there doing nothing. Because it had been changed in my understanding, and it was just, give me a second here. Any other questions while I find this email and I can read the history of this? Mr. McKenzie, you have another question?
Mr. Chairman, I would just, in response to your comments, that I'm probably one of the few people around that was in the room when this was passed in 1974, 75.
That's why I called on you.
And it was an arbitrary number that was established for 10 employees. There was no rhyme or reason for it. The federal sector was 2, and I believe it was the cities and towns probably come in at that time, but there was no rhyme or reason for that number. It was picked out of the air.
All right, I will read you. Thank you. And I know I'm trying to make this a question to follow all our rules here, folks. I did ask the question. When the collective bargaining for public employees statute was enacted in 1975, it required 10 employees in order to certify a group of a collecting bargaining unit. The minimum allowed changed in 2008, but went back to 10 in 2011. When fewer than 10 were required, it was up to the employer whether to allow a smaller unit. When last amended, 10 employees was referred to as the standard to which the prime sponsor requested a return, but there's no other discussion on where a particular number came from. So is it still that where it is 10? However, if the employer agrees to a lesser amount, it could be as little as 2?
I believe if that's the way the RSA was written and the law was written, that would be accurate. So I guess they leave it up to the employee, but 10, 5, it's an arbitrary number. I think 5 is a fair number to form a collective bargaining unit.
And my last question, this is, would be 5 regardless of whether it's private or public?
I believe so, correct, yes.
Representative Sullivan.
Back when I represented teachers, we would sometimes around, when I get a phone call saying we'd like to organize, I said, number one, you have to be able to count to 10. If you can't count to 10, you can't organize. Would you understand the frustration when they started counting and came to 8?
Oh, I could definitely understand that frustration because they're 2 off, and if the law was 5, they would have been able to form.
Thank you.
Representative Brody.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I work for a newspaper in Massachusetts, and there was 2 of us, and we were represented. But what would prevent a small group of people from joining a larger group and have them represent them? Like we did, there was 2 of us, and we joined the Boston local, and they represented us.
I think a lot of people do have that option, to my understanding, but I think having a more local, tight-knit group would be more beneficial because they understand their positions, they understand their tasks, and I just think it would be more beneficial to have it more locally managed than on a higher level.
Mr. Chairman, just point of information. This is only for the public sector. This has you have no jurisdiction. Public employee labor relations law has no jurisdiction in the private sector, correct?
That is pretty accurate, correct?
Correct, this is just
I
public.
stand corrected on that, I'm sorry.
It's all right. The Vice Chairman corrected. RSA 273A:8 is public employee labor relations. Any other questions for the presenter? Representative Sullivan.
Just another point of information, as long as we're on the topic. In the public sector, if a single employer only has 8 employees, that's where the issue would be. You can't join with another school district, another town, another county. If there's a job classification of 8 people under a single employer, that's where the limitation comes in.
That makes perfect sense.
All right. Thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you very much.
We have no additional pink cards that I'm aware of. Would anyone like to speak? Oh, Mr. Allister? Allister.
No, we didn't.
McAllister. I don't know who, if you could, is this what this is here?
Oh, I don't think so.
Yes, I think it is. No, it's not. If you could do one of those little pink things afterwards, I'd appreciate it. I guess we either lost it or.
Absolutely.
Or whatever.
My apologize. I thought that had been submitted. I also apologize for the mix-up this morning because I guess my name had come up at a different bill.
No worries.
Okay. Well, good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and the honorable members of the committee. For the record, my name is John McAllister. I serve as Secretary-Treasurer for the Professional Firefighters of New Hampshire. For the past 23 years, I've been a full-time firefighter in the city of Nashua. The Professional Firefighters of New Hampshire is a state association representing 42 local unions, as well as approximately 2,000 active and retired professional firefighters and paramedics within the Granite State. The PFFNH advocates for the health and safety of the brave men and women who protect the citizens of this great state daily. I am here today to speak in support of House Bill 150 relative to the certification of collective bargaining unit. In doing so, I want to talk briefly about the importance of collective bargaining, especially when it comes to the fire service. In most circumstances, there is power in numbers. When large groups of individuals get together, there is often the ability to accomplish goals and achieve results that would not be possible with just the work of one or two people. In that sense, collective bargaining is important because it allows a group of people to come together through common goals and circumstances and work to achieve an outcome that benefits all members of that group. As you know, New Hampshire is made up of hundreds of small towns. Most of the fire departments in these communities consist of less than 10 full-time members. At this time, New Hampshire law does not allow groups of less than 10 individuals to form a collective bargaining unit. This puts the firefighters in these small towns at a disadvantage because they are not able to negotiate benefits or collectively bargain wages. By decreasing the number of employees required to form a collective bargaining unit from 10 to 5, House Bill 150 would allow these small town employees the opportunity to band together to advocate and negotiate for common goals, such as fair wages, adequate benefits, but most importantly, safe working conditions. Additionally, at a time when the recruitment and retention of firefighters is extremely low, the ability to collectively bargain would make careers in public safety more attractive to new recruits and qualified candidates. In addition to being able to negotiate a fair contract, I want to point out another very important benefit that comes with being able to form a collective bargaining unit. That is the ability for firefighters in these small communities to take advantage of services offered by the International Association of Firefighters, the IAFF. By forming a collective bargaining unit, small local organizations will be eligible for representation by the IAFF. Most importantly, it will allow these locals to access a wide array of benefits that the IAFF and the PFFNH offer to their members. This includes programs such as peer support, cancer prevention, legal support, retiree assistance, supplemental insurance, and financial support for families of members who have died in the line of duty. Personally, I cannot stress enough how much the COVID pandemic has impacted first responders and has taken a toll on the mental health of our firefighters. The ability to belong to an organization that offers support, care, and options for treatment for these individuals is an asset that is invaluable. I also want to point out that a reduction to 5 employees to form a collective bargaining unit is not unprecedented. Currently, the IAFF allows groups of 3 or more to become affiliated with a local IAFF. In most states, these 3-member locals are able to collectively bargain within their community. This gives them the opportunity to be represented by a larger group of individuals who understands their issues and concerns, because the IAFF and the PFFNH are comprised of individuals who have been in their shoes and who have experienced life as a first responder firsthand on a daily basis. And of course, it gives firefighters in these small communities a seat at the table, a collective voice when negotiating contracts and establishing safe working conditions. It is for these reasons that I respectfully ask for your support of House Bill 150. I have also submitted written testimony and am happy to answer any questions the committee may have. Thank you for your time.
If you have written testimony that you'd like to provide, the clerk would appreciate it.
Absolutely.
Are there any questions for the presenter? I do. You had me at first, and then you made a comment, and it's really rubbing me wrong, and I need to understand it. Is it your testimony that you believe these people, firefighters, under 10, do not have good working conditions and good pay?
I think that the ability to collectively bargain will help address those issues if they have those issues.
Thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you.
I have one.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Real quick.
Representative McKenzie. I should always just look.
The number 10, being the current law, have you faced a situation where the employees dropped below the 10 and their unit was challenged?
We have.
And what was the experience there? What actually happened in that case?
Well, we currently have 2 locals within those 42 locals that are unable to collectively bargain because they fall below that number 10. We also had a local, Wolfboro, was affiliated with the IAFF. They had a chartered member. They were a chartered unit. They were part of the association for many years. They were held at 8 for many years. They could never get to that 10. even though the town voted to increase the manpower in that town, they could not get there. Unfortunately, Wolfboro ended up resigning their charter with the IAFF. They ended up forming with AFSCME, joining AFSCME within the town of Wolfboro to be able to actually get a contract. And that's the number one reason for this bill that we're submitting, is situations like Wolfboro. Wolfboro was represented by the IAFF. They fell within the Professional Firefighters of New Hampshire, and they were advocated. We were advocating. We had members who did their job advocating for them on a regular basis. Because they could not get to that 10 number, they could not collectively bargain. They could not negotiate a contract. They ended up, as I said, resigning their charter and joining AFSCME. Since then, they have gotten a contract, and they have reached that, because of collective bargaining, have got to that number 10.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional questions? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony. If you could get the clerk one of your cards for the record.
Thank you.
I have no other pink cards. Is there anyone else here who would like to speak? Or speak a second time? Seeing none, I'm closing the hearing on House Bill 150, and we will adjourn until 3 o'clock, where we will hear House Bill 125. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to get started because my mother called me and said, let's go, Will, get going. So I'm going to open the hearing on House Bill 125. And one of these days I'll remember to bring my gavel. And I call Representative Mike Cahill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and special greetings to your mother. You know, at our first meeting this term, the chairman talked about that sometimes we make mistakes, and we might want to fix them. And so I'm going to go back in the Wayback Machine to 2018 to Senate Bill. That's the beginning of the problem. Senate Bill 318. And this is where there was a pretty good system for controlling, youth labor, the hours in the school, and everything was working pretty well. And someone decided, well, why don't we fix it? And so they complicated things by, let's see if we can get people to work one more day. Maybe if they have there's a teacher's conference at the school, they have a 4-day week. Maybe they have a 3-day week. They could work more hours if they have a 3-day week. Oh, if there's a snow day, they could work, It's just made a mess, and the hospitality industry came to rue the day that passed because it was just not workable. So that was a mistake. We put that behind us last term, and yet another mistake crept in because although we expanded the number of hours that a kid could work from 30 to 35, some misgivings about that. We got rid of night work altogether. And there was a problem with the language that remains where if a person works less than, or is in school less than 5 days, they could work 48 hours. And I know that was not intended, but unintentional things creep into legislation. And so what I tried to do, and I tried really hard last year to come up with a really good language for amendment that we would do before we did that grievous error last year. And that's what is in 125. So we define the school year as between the date on which the school year begins and the date the school year ends. What could be simpler than that? And we know the department understands that if the student lives in this school district, that's the calendar they go by. And if they live in another school district, they go, the employer knows that, it's pretty straightforward. I think it's much more consistent than the days that they might have off that was in that nightmare of 318. So they cannot work more than 35 hours in a week other than the school's vacation week. Again, pretty closely defined and not hard to find out when that is. And then we come down to Roman 7, where summer vacation is the date on which the school year ends and the date on which it begins for the following year. Not hard to understand, so we know when summer vacation is. And that, they could work 48 hours during that time. And we think that's fine. It shouldn't interfere with their education. But then we're down in the section 2, we put down youth employment law and night work. We put this back, and we're asking that the youth shall not be permitted to work later than 9 p.m. on Sunday through Thursday, which we know are generally assumed to be school nights, how we used to call them school nights. But they could work until 12 a.m. on Friday and Saturday, which we know are the busy times in restaurants where these kids would be, their services needed. And that's the scope of the bill. That's all it does. It tries to fix the error that crept in last time, and we certainly don't want to go back to the 1F by land, 2F by sea approach that we had from that time. So that is what I've offered today. And I know that there are still problems with people adhering to the laws that we have. It doesn't mean that we should get rid of all laws and give up trying. There are certainly incidents, I have a few here from the USDOL, where people, had even younger workers that they govern, working too many hours, doing things that they should not be doing. I'm not going to name names, not productive. But so we need to be monitoring these things, and we need to have regulations that make sense for our communities. I'd be happy to take any questions.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
I'd like to call Mike Summers, New Hampshire Lodging and Restaurant Association.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Mike Summers. I'm the president and CEO of the New Hampshire Lodging and Restaurant Association. We're not really supportive of this bill necessarily, but Representative Cahill is correct. There was a little bit of a glitch in the language that passed last year. So what he's referring to is last year there was a threshold put in that 16 and 17-year-olds could work no more than 35 hours during a school week. Sounds perfectly fine. That worked great for the industry. Simple to manage, easy to maintain. What we didn't realize in the way that language was drafted is that it essentially also, because it said something to the effect of whenever they're in school for 5 days, it then allowed that in a long weekend week, so they were in school 4 days, they could ultimately work 48 hours. And that really was not the intent, I think, of last year's legislation. And frankly, if we were to correct that, that little technicality, I think we would be fine with that. We're really not too concerned with the way Representative Cahill has put in, beginning of the school year, end of the school year. That's fine. In past years, the Labor Day thing really wasn't very easy to manage, and it really didn't align, frankly, with a lot of school year actual calendars. So we're pretty comfortable with that. The only thing we're opposed to is bringing in the night work hour restrictions, where you have 9 o'clock and midnight. And really the reason for that is it's just one more thing for businesses to manage on a daily basis. Whereas if the 35-hour-a-week threshold is maintained, that's much simpler to manage. If we have an employee that forgets to clock out by a minute, so they clocked out at 9:01 or something, that's a violation. Whereas if they clock out at 9:01, over the course of the week, we can manage it to it's no more than 35 hours. So I didn't really put down we were supportive or opposed to, but we certainly are concerned with the night work provision being added. But there is a technical correction that Representative Cahill offers in this bill that we are actually fine with and supportive of. So with that, I'll end and happy to answer questions.
Madam Clerk.
So did I understand you correctly that you would rather the child be responsible for their hours on a school night? And not their adult bosses? Did I hear that correctly?
No, not at all.
Because I thought you said you wanted, did you say that you wanted the employer not to be responsible for when their employee clocks out?
No, I'm suggesting that teenagers are hard to, how do I say this delicately, train to certain habits. So, having them clock out on a timely fashion is never anything you can rely on. So it's something that, again, we have a 35-hour threshold. The 35-hour threshold is easier to manage, easier to work with, and leads to less violations.
Representative Seaworth.
Thank you. I think I heard you say you had some concern with the fact that the 35 hours, as is in the law today, only applies to a full school week.
To a 5-day school week,
Right.
That's correct.
But don't the members of your organization, the employers, have the ability to work with that as they see fit? That if it's a 3-day week, they wouldn't necessarily have to raise the hours up to the full 48, but they could use their discretion as to how much over the 35 they could go, correct?
That is true. Absolutely true. But I also recognize that 48 hours for a teenager to be working, which I'm not saying all employers would do, not saying that any employers would do it, but it could potentially happen. And the 35 hours was kind of negotiated out and discussed last year. We were perfectly comfortable with 35 hours. That's perfectly reasonable. But I think if 48 hours is in the current interpretation of the statute, if 48 hours was allowed, I don't know that that's really necessary during a shortened school week. They're in school, they got homework, they got other things they got to do.
Thank you.
No, you let them off. Oh, Representative Di Silvestro.
Just want to ask, if the person is up to the 35 hours and then they clock out at the 9:01, what happens? Or maybe I'm misunderstanding.
It's a violation
It does, okay.
because essentially it's 35 hours in a minute.
Okay, thank you.
But I think my point in testimony is that I only have to manage that one day of the week instead of all 5, 6 days of the week. Yeah.
All right. Seeing no other questions, thank you, Mr. Summers.
Thank you.
I have no other pink cards. And I have 2 lobbyists with orange badges that are just, I know they want to say something.
You really want me to?
No, it's your choice. Speak or, what is it? What's the, exactly?
Oh, Mr. Chairman, I will speak.
Don't remember this. We were done.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'll fill out a pink card afterwards. For your record, my name is Bruce Berkey, and I'm here representing the National Federation of Independent Business, as well as Ski New Hampshire. Both business groups employ high school age kids. And as I listened to Mr. Summers' testimony, it struck me that even if a 16 or 17-year-old was only working, say, 10 hours a week, and they clocked out at 9:01, there would be a violation. And so I think it's important for that flexibility in the event that that 16-year-old isn't quite as attendant to the hour as perhaps his or her boss might be. And so in most cases, probably his. But I think that having that degree of flexibility and not a sharp 9 o'clock hour is important in how this law is implemented and governed. With that, I'll conclude my testimony.
Madam Clerk, you have a question?
Similar question as before. So it sounds like then you're okay with the cap at the time in general, in theory. It's just about, are you saying the concern really is about needing some flexibility if it's a few minutes after 9, but the basic cap of time on a school night, for example, is something the employers you represent would probably want to have happen for the kids that work for them?
That's a fair assessment of it, Representative Schultz. And because, by having that hard cutoff time of 9 p.m., if the person happens to clock out at 9:02, you lose that flexibility, and the person who clocks out at 9:02, could be well under the 35-hour threshold.
Representative Sullivan.
I'm trying to think how to address your concern.
What you're referring to a hard time of 9 o'clock being a problem. How does one enter into legislation a softer time?
By not having that 9 o'clock hour.
So basically, take any limit off. A kid can work till midnight on a school night.
Well, I think 9 o'clock is not in current law today, correct?
It is not.
Okay.
But basically, you're saying that a kid ought to be allowed to work until midnight on a school night.
They are today.
Thank you.
All right. Representative Leclerc.
Thank you. So what is the penalty if you're in violation of the 9 o'clock or whatever time, or the 35 hours, or?
I do not know specifically. I know there is one. I know there's a process at the Department of Labor, but I don't know specifically.
I believe it could be as much as $250 per incident.
Can I follow up?
Follow up.
Do you know if the violations are, the DOL, like Deputy Commissioner earlier said, that he works with companies, he works with people to let them know he'd rather fix the problem than as opposed to applying penalties or fees or whatever. How often does it happen that you have to pay a fine or someone has to pay a fine?
I would defer to the department. I don't know if Rudy is here.
No, I don't.
Okay.
Unfortunately, he's not.
I will say that this department is very good to work with, and they are, more about educating employers and employees through the process. But that if there are recidivists out there, they will take action. And what the frequency of that is, I don't know.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Chair, I think I would also like to give Mr. Summers a chance to answer this if he wants to. Oftentimes, schools will have a requirement, or even non-school connected sports leagues will have a grade requirement. Would you, on behalf of the kids, be willing to attach a minimum grade average if they're working till midnight on a school night? Could we track their grades at least?
Was that aimed
And to either.
for either of us? Okay. I guess I'd be a little hesitant for any number of reasons. Privacy concerns between the employer and the employee, additional administrative work for the employer, whether it's maintaining those records, tracking down those records. I think that could be somewhat burdensome.
Representative Colcom.
Thank you for allowing me to question. We're talking about a lot of school-aged kids. Is this bill restricted to just kids who are going to a public school, which would have a typical 8 to 3? What about the children who are homeschooled and maybe can be homeschooled at different hours to accommodate their parents' schedule? Would this allow them to be able to go and work at different times?
It is my understanding that this would apply to every 16 and 17-year-old, whether they're in a public high school, a private high school, homeschooled. But that's my understanding.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Perky.
Thank you.
Would you like to? Yeah. Can I have a card? You have one in your hand? Yep. No, I just want to tell, I just want to do this to.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have it ready to go.
No, that's fine.
Okay.
We'll do that after.
I appreciate it, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for giving me a chance to answer some questions, hopefully. My name is Tracy McGraw. I'm one of the attorneys at the New Hampshire Department of Labor. There were, I think, 2 or 3 questions that were being asked about the Department of Labor, so I'll start with the one that I actually remember. For the penalty for something like this, it would be under Section 273.11a. The only penalties underneath youth employment law are for criminal penalties, misdemeanor and felony. So we would be looking at civil penalties. And according to 273.11a, the civil penalty is up to $2,500 per violation. So in a case like that, if it was determined that clocking out at 9:01 is a violation based upon whatever the final language is of the bill, if there is any change, then that would be a violation of up to $2,500. But as has been noted before, we tend to try to work with employers, especially if there's a situation that pops up. Somebody forgot to clock out, somebody clocked out at 9:01. We would probably try to work with them, try to remediate the problem with them, and go from there. So the penalty would start out lower. And I don't recall the other question, so please, if you wouldn't mind repeating.
First one was the fine. Then you asked the second.
Oh,
Thank you. How often do you actually impose the fines?
as far as having to do with youth law, I can't give you a number as to how often specifically, but it does seem to show up an awful lot when we're doing inspections that there's an issue with youth law. Most of the time when we do have fines for youth law, it comes down to the documentation that's required for an under 18 to be able to work, that they don't have that proper documentation. I've been at the Department of Labor as an attorney for 3 months, but I've been doing this for 22 years. And I can say that I have never seen an issue with respect to time frames being a violation. So I don't think it's that much, but that's the best answer I could give you for that.
No, I appreciate it. And can I follow up real quick?
Follow up?
So say this law did come into effect, wouldn't it be smarter for the employers at least they'd say, okay, punch out at 8:45. Your shift goes from 5 to 8:45, not 5 to 9, so that you can make sure that within that 15 minutes they punch out and get out of there. It just seems like if it was there, they would at least prepare for it.
I have to admit, while I was sitting there, that was one of the things I was thinking about. Your clock out time is 8:45, and at least that gives you a 15-minute buffer. But I think no matter what time you put, you're still running the risk of someone who is not learned a full sense of responsibility yet to make sure that they clock out in a timely manner to avoid a penalty for the employer.
Representative Colcom, followed by Representative Susie.
Thank you.
Sorry, I saw her hand first.
So, as an attorney with the Department of Labor, let's say you were at a store and you were being helped by a child who is a youth, school-age child who's working, and he is trying to help you problem solve. And in the middle of this and leaving you hanging, he says, oh, time for me to punch out. You're on your own. See ya. How do you handle that? Because you would want to, I would think, because I know I would want to see him or her help me through the situation and focus on the customer service to maintain the customers in that business, and maybe not have a penalty for providing good customer service. Your thoughts?
First of all, I probably would chuckle a little bit given that I was the cause of this person possibly clocking out after 9 o'clock. And then I would probably feel the need to tell my supervisor that I may have caused an issue. My sense of responsibility in that case would be to probably mention to the young man, oh, I know it's probably, or the young woman, oh, it's probably time for you to go clock out. I'm sure you have to be out by 9. And I probably would come into work the next day and talk with my supervisor about it. There are other people that will make a decision from that point as to whether or not an inspection is required. I don't get to make those decisions, but I also don't want to walk away from something that I see happening. I guess under the see something, say something. Because if it did happen for him, it might have happened at another time with another situation.
Representative Sullivan. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking the question. So I'm going to expound a little bit on what my colleague stated. In a perfect world, every child is going to clock out at 9 o'clock. I'll use my daughter for an example. And I think the last time we heard this bill, Aroma Joe's owner was here. And so in that type of business, where at 5 minutes of 9, someone's walking through that door to get that coffee, if they happen to clock out at 9:01, 9:05, I understand that they can actually be penalized. What are the chances that the Department of Labor is going to look at that and say, again, as people said, there needs to be some flexibility. 15-minute window. I just think in the perfect world, 9 o'clock would be great. This isn't a perfect world. I just think that creates some sort of problem. Would you agree with that?
What I think would work would be if you discussed it among yourselves and determined whether or not to write in something that could help an employer with whatever flexibility may be required. We certainly would be able to understand the intent and administer the situation.
Sorry, Tim. I apologize. I see no other hands, no other questions. Thank you very much for testifying.
Thank you.
Anyone else? I don't have any additional pink cards. Representative Baruti.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
I've sat in on a couple of audits for clients that own restaurants, and I find the Department of Labor is not looking out for violations like that. They might say, hey, look, let's watch this or can be careful on this. When they go in to do an audit, it's usually because of a complaint and they know what they're looking for. They do look at time cards when there's somebody complains about not getting paid for their time they worked or something, and if they find other time cards like that, they just tell the owner, hey, you gotta watch this, you know? They're not out to throw fines at people, so.
I would believe.
The auditors are, I mean, I've 4 different auditors that I've been with, and I think they have the flexibility of saying, hey, be careful. Thank you.
I'm going to close the hearing on House Bill 125. And I would like to talk to the committee just briefly. I would like to have a subcommittee for House Bill 82FN relative to the employment protection for participants in the therapeutic cannabis program. This is the second study committee. I have named, the first person named on a study committee is kind of in charge of that study committee. I have named Representative Avalani for OSHA, and I'd like to name a Democrat for this one, Representative Sullivan. Do you have your 2 recommendations? McKenzie and Leclerc? Cannabis. And the 2 Republican members are Love and Colcom. So if we could, if everyone wants to look at their calendars or so, what I have scheduled so far is on February 7th, we're having our last 3 hearings. And then we'll be having a few executive sessions. I would like in the next 2 weeks to try to have your subcommittee meetings on these 2 bills. I do not know the schedule yet, other than anecdotally the speaker has stated he would like to use every Thursday in February, other than the school vacation week, for House sessions. I'm going to try to get us in on a Thursday because I know that it works best for everybody. I have to wait another week or so to find out what's going on, but I would like to utilize the first 2 weeks of this last week of January. Say the first 2 weeks of February, possibly the first 3 at the most, to try to go through their subcommittees. It would be great if you could do them in 1 2-hour meeting on these to provide more detailed debate or whatever with some, because I didn't hear the debate on, but as you know, in the committee is very different. They present, they ask a question, we answer. And the subcommittee, you have the ability to bring in people, have more debate amongst yourselves, as well as a debate with people that are coming in to have a little more involved conversation. It would be great if those committees could do that in the next 2 weeks or so. I will be, it'd be great if I could have some potential dates from you folks so I could have them in next Wednesday's calendar, because we've already missed this week's calendar.
Who's on the
Avalani and you and Tim and Richey.
first name?
Yeah. I was just, yes.
Representative Avalani.
If they're still on, I'm not sure that they still
Oh,
are.
I'm just going to give it a whirl. Get in touch soon, please, so we can set up that first meeting. Thanks.
So try to, it would be great if you could get that done the next 2 weeks, please, the 30th through the 3rd or the 6th through the 10th, because we may have to exec the week of the 13th to 17th on some things to keep up. We are meeting on the 7th to have our last 3 hearings and some executive sessions. Yes. Correct. I'm almost guaranteed we're gonna be in House session on the 2nd. And whether the speaker goes to, the 9th and the 16th depends on how well we do things on the 2nd. So that is what I'd like to do. That's okay with everybody? Are there any other questions of the chair about anything coming up? Representative Avalani, Representative Sullivan, Representative Susie, and you. No. If you wanted to be. And unfortunately, I don't have a lot of other volunteers on my side like you didn't have a lot of volunteers on your side.
Take votes today, right?
Cannabis is Mackenzie, Leclerc, Love, and Copeland. Okay, anything else for me? Anything else for this, the vice chairman, who makes all the decisions? Just makes me look good. All right, thanks, everybody. Appreciate your attendance today.